I call to order this meeting of Stillwater Area Public Schools, District 834, for September 23rd, 2021. Joan, can you please call the roll?
Director Hacker?
Here.
Director Riley?
Here.
Director Sherman?
Here.
Director Porbini? Chair Petrie?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I make a motion to adjourn to a closed session pursuant to Minnesota Statutes 13D.05 subdivision 3B to discuss or consider offers for the purchase or sale of real properties. The properties are identified as vacant land, southwest quadrant, Highway 36 and Stillwater Boulevard, Oak Park Heights, Minnesota, and 10158, 122nd Street North, Hugo, Minnesota, 55038, which is the former Withrow Elementary School property. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Director Hockert? All those in favor of adjourning to a closed session, raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Okay, we're ready to go forward with our work session focused on student achievement. And we will begin with Superintendent Lansfeld.
Okay, thank you, Chair Petrie and Board Directors. We are here tonight to provide more information on our district-wide data, and I will be turning the time over to Dr. Cherry and our teaching and learning members. We have Dr. Caleb Drexler-Booth and Marcy Levy McGuire, so I'll turn the time over to them.
Great, thank you. And thanks for the introductions. We're excited to provide this update. This is a continuation. If you recall, we were here just a couple of months ago talking about student achievement data and how we fared through the pandemics. And so this is a continuation of the presentation that we provided in the spring. If you look at what we're going to be presenting tonight is we're going to heavily focus on data. Our MCA data just came out, became a publicly available here at about a month ago, and so we wanted to make sure that you were all versed in that information. And then we will also be sharing information about some of our local assessments and how that information compares and tells us how we as a system are responding to the information. So as we look at using our data for decision making, this is to evaluate our information, access our needs, and we use this for our district-wide goal setting, our school improvement planning, which drives our building-specific implementation strategies, and our learning structures through our 5D instructional framework. So the data that we have tonight is really the focus of our conversation. We'll be coming back to you in the next session to talk more about our district-wide goals and that goal-setting process. But the focus for tonight is really so that you have an opportunity to dig into the data, ask some questions, and have a thorough understanding of just where we're at. All right, so this is an assessment overview, and this should look familiar to you. We did share this last time we were here presenting on data. Last time we gave a broader overview. Tonight's focus is going to be on our MCAs. We'll provide some district-wide data on our Minnesota Comprehensive Assessments. And then we will also be providing some information on our localized assessments that we use, which are the FastBridge for our elementary grades and the NWA MAP, or the Measures of Academic Progress, for grades 6 through 8. And as we're looking at this data, it's really important for us to understand who our students are. And we evaluate this information and disaggregate it based on student demographics. As we look at the demographics within our school district, specific to race and ethnicity, about 6.8% of our students identify as Hispanic or Latino. About 5% identify as Asian, 5% as Black or African American. The largest group is our white student population at 77.6%, and 2 or more races or multiracial identify as about 5.3%. Then we have a smaller percentage of students, less than 1%, that identify as American Indian or Alaska Native, and a small portion of a percent that identify as Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander. One thing to note, within our schools, we have over 50 other languages other than English that are spoken at home. So we have a very diverse group of languages, home languages that are of the students in our schools. Other identifiers that we pay attention to, as I just mentioned, we have a whole lot of other languages other than English that are spoken in the home. Now, that doesn't mean that each one of those students are labeled as an English learner, but if a student is identified as an English learner, meaning that they're receiving English language services in our schools, it's about 2.8% of our population. If you look at the students who are receiving special education services or have an individualized education plan, That's 15.9% of our students. Our students who are receiving free or reduced priced services is about 12.9%. And our homeless population, or our students who are experiencing homelessness, is about 0.5%. So in looking at all of these demographic variables, we use that information so that we can really dig into the data. And as district leaders and as teachers, we want to know that information so we can understand which demographic groups or which groups of students are performing at different rates and how we can develop our interventions accordingly. As we look at what has happened to us through the pandemic, there's been a lot of variables that we've been taking into consideration. Most specifically, as you look at what happened over the last year and a half, we had a constantly shifting instructional models. So we had distance learning, then hybrid learning, then in-person learning. Some of them went back to distance learning. There was just a whole lot of shifting and changing that occurred. And on top of that, we had quite a few interruptions due to quarantines where students or even whole classrooms and at times schools had to move abruptly into a distance learning format. Another item that is important for us to take into consideration as we're viewing this data is the testing schedule and the locations for distance learners. As we look at the MCAs, MCAs are state mandated tests, and it was required for all students to take those tests at school. And so as we had distance learners, students who were 100% online learners last year, in order for them to take the test and to be included in this data, they had to come to school to take that test. And as the state was trying to identify how to handle accountability measures, federal accountability measures, it was determined that the 2021 statewide assessments would not be included in those accountability measures. And just a reminder, in 2020, we also did not have the MCAs. Because of all of these shifts, we have also received some very clear communication from the Minnesota Department of Education that we are not to compare our statewide testing results with previous years. So we have some very limited ways that we can use our MCA data from 2021. But what does it do? What does MCA, what is the purpose of the statewide assessments? There are some things that it does do. It provides us a window into equitable opportunities for students to learn the standards in reading, math, and science. It is just a snapshot. It's a measure in time of students learning of grade level standards. It's a measure of how well is our system teaching to the standards? How well are we set up as a system to make sure that each of our students are learning those state level standards. And we have another statewide assessment that we provide access, which is a measure of progress or proficiency in academic English. And that one is one that we're not specifically talking about tonight. So looking at COVID-19 impacts on assessments, we know MCAs, we have limited data there and how we can utilize the information. They were canceled in 2020. They were administered in 2021, but we did have lower participation than in previous years, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. We've also been told not to use this information for trend comparison, so not to use it longitudinally, not to compare over time. However, what we can do is use that information to compare how our district fared in comparison to other students across the state. We will be sharing information, like I said, about our district-wide testing, the FastBridge, and there's some information up here on the slide that just gives a little bit more input of when these assessments were provided. And we do have the ability to offer the FastBridge more frequently. We do a fall and a spring assessment, and in grades 2 through 5, we also do a winter assessment. The map is for grades 6 through 8, And we were able to administer this in fall and early spring. So we have a little bit more information here that we'll be able to share. All of the information that we'll be sharing tonight comes about the MCAs. It comes from the Minnesota Report Card, and we've provided a link here. So if this is publicly available, anybody can go out and get this information. There's a lot of really great available data on this website. And so we encourage people, if they're curious about this information, to go out and do the comparison, look at the attendance data, look at the student demographics, look at the Minnesota Student Survey data, look at MCAs. This is the information that we use to help drive our programming and our decision-making. And as we're looking at this data, one thing that we know is that we have some significant opportunities for improvement. We're looking at this information along the lines of continuous improvement. We know what we have here, and we have some opportunities here. In the future, looking into this year, we know that we can increase our MCA participation and proficiency rates. That's where we'll be headed. We know we have some opportunities for improvement in terms of literacy. And you heard that our Read Well by third grade, or our literacy plan, that really focuses in on those early foundational skills. And that is a priority area for us. We also know that upcoming, we will be focusing on math, and most specifically early math. And so those are the areas where we will be focusing in the future based on some of this information. So with that, I am going to now turn it over to Dr. Drexler Booth, and he's going to dig into the details of the data.
Thank you, Dr. Cherry. So the first thing to highlight as we're digging into some of the data are the Stillwater participation rates. And this is one of the reasons why it's so difficult to use this data and make generalizations based on trends. And as we look to both our reading and math data, we had about 1,000 students not test in reading and almost 1,200 students not test in mathematics, and just under 500 students in science. So it's about 23 to 28% of our students who were eligible to test who did not test. So that's not to interpret what the scores would have done if they had tested, but having these big gaps makes it difficult to generalize out from year to year, which again is one of those reasons why this data said be cautious in looking at trend analysis. However, we do need to look at this data for what it is, which is that snapshot, that point in time last year, and understand what impacts they have as we move forward. We do have other data, like Dr. Cherry mentioned, with the FastBridge and the NWA map, where we're able to do a little bit deeper digging into specific skill areas of students, as well as some more accurate trend analysis. So the first data point to look at is the MCA reading proficiency. So in the spring of 21 reading test, 56.2% of our students were met or exceeded state standards in that area. It is important to note that that is above the state averages. And we have been above the state average in years previous as well. As we look to the mathematics data, a similar analysis there, we've got 53.4% of our students at or above median expectations. Again, almost 9%, 9 percentage points above the state average. And in the final area of science, which is given only at 3 grade levels, 5th grade, 8th grade, and after students complete the high school biology or life science credit. Again, we see performance above state averages, but I would say similar to what we saw with those percentages for reading and mathematics. It does show the impact of COVID and much room for improvement and organizing and creating structures and systems around, including professional development and continuous improvement efforts in curriculum and instruction. These MCA data can also be broken down by our various demographic groups. Again, this data is found on the Minnesota report card at MDE. Here you will find the results from each of the student subgroups for which we have enough students in those groups. If there's not enough students, it will say CTSR to keep that data from being identifiable to individual students. So again, as you look at the data displayed here, you see very similar trends to what we saw on the overall data percentages. Above the state averages in many cases, but also at the same time showing significant areas for growth. Again, the same data can be disaggregated by the additional demographic groups. Kind of the same story as we're seeing in math, reading, and science. Largely above state averages, but also significant areas where we need to focus some attention and some growth. You know, the one that certainly jumps out to me as I look at this is our science with English learners. Recognizing the need to look at science instruction, EL services, how we support those students. We also have local data through the FastBridge assessment suite. So the first set of data explores the early reading assessment that we give at kindergarten and first grade. This is a composite score of 4 subtests, and the subtests change throughout the year, so that's important to note as we consider these data. The specific skill areas shift, and the way that we're able to dig deeper into those skill areas and the development of students changes throughout the year, and so our assessment should as well. And so that's what we are able to see if we dig deeper into those different subtests, you can see specific skills and how they grow throughout the year. So there's 2 ways of looking at all of our FastBridge data. Certainly we can look at our grade level proficiency from year to year, which is what we're seeing here on the slide. These are screenshots of the FastBridge data system. So this is the exact report that teachers would be able to look at. And they have a number of other reports and ways to disaggregate and filter some of the data. The other way to look at this data would be by student cohort groups, by graduation year. So we'll take a look at that as well. Just want to kind of look at some of the trends though as we look from grade to grade, year after year. For kindergarten and first grade, you do see fairly consistent performance, some grade, year to year variation, but you do see a significant drop from the spring of 2019 to the spring of, winter, that was the last data point that we have for the 1920 school year, was a winter data point. So if you look at these graphs, that's the second from the right. And then the most recent data point from last spring is the last on the right. So for instance, at kindergarten, you see a drop from 56% to 46%. That is the COVID era, right? And so we see fairly consistent performance, some variation from year to year, with a drop that we can attribute in large part to COVID. As we look at second and third grades, this is the A reading assessment. So this is a computer adaptive test. Students take in front of a computer, and with student performance on individual items, the test will change and modify to find the exact area of student skill. Very similar to the NWA MAP test, which we'll talk about later for our middle school students. So again, you see a little bit more slippage perhaps from year to year, but again, we see that COVID decline there. Same thing with 4th and 5th grade, consistent performance with a 6-point drop from winter to this last spring. The other way of examining this data, same exact data, but organized a little bit differently, is by our cohorts. So on this slide, you'll see our class of 2031. That's last year's kindergarten, this year's 1st grade. That's on the far left. On the far right is our class of 2028, who are our current 6th graders, last year's 5th graders. So what you see here is that cohort's performance over time. And so you can see with reading specifically, significant increases from year to year with that COVID drop. With 2 exceptions, and I want to highlight these, and we'll come back and celebrate this success again at the end. If you look at class of 2031 and class of 2030, that's last year's 2nd and 3rd graders, they saw an increase even in the COVID era. And so I can't stress enough how important that is. As we're looking at this data and seeing some drops from the last year to this year, we also have things that we can highlight and celebrate. And so this is certainly an area that we need to celebrate. Moving on, we're looking now at the NWA MAP assessment data that's used at middle school. Similar to the FastBridge data, this data is assessed. Students are assessed 3 times a year in the fall. Oh, just twice, fall and spring. But it gives us that data to be able to identify not just what an end-of-year proficiency would look like, but we can use that data in the fall to identify where students are at and the types of strategies that we might use with them to help them grow. And so, again, later on in the slides, I'll show a little bit of what that had looked like for our students. So for the NW MAP assessment, again, we tried to highlight this data both in a cohort model, as you can see, color-coded by pinks and blues, but then also we have a couple different columns. So this first column is organized around the average national percentile of our students. And so you can see last year's, 2 years ago, so our current 8th graders, last year's 7th graders, the year previous 6th graders, if you're tracking with these. So the very first box in the upper left-hand corner, 62nd percentile for 6th graders in that year. Last spring, they maintained that same national percentage, if you're going down diagonally. Same thing can be said from 7th grade to 8th grade, maintaining that average national percentile. Similarly, we can see a fairly consistent performance in the percentage of students who are performing at or above the national average, right? And so you see a slight drop from 6th grade to 7th grade, from 81% to 79%, and 81 to 80. The last column, NWA also presents data, correlative data from a linking study where they identify the scores on the MAP test and predicted scores on an MCA test. And so it's just another way of understanding the RIT score point, the score of the student on that assessment, and how to put that into, how to reference it, how to put it into context. So here we see, again, similar types of data, but the predicted score based on their NWA RIT score is, we can see a drop. Even though national percentiles remain the same, the prediction of performance on the MCA dropped. So that is our reading data, and we've got very similar data for our math data. So again, FastBridge data, K&1, early math, it's 4 subtests that roll up to a composite score. Those assessments change over the year as well. Again, I would say there's some variation from year to year. In fact, generally you'll see as we look through the rest of the slides, you know, a few drops in the earlier years and then a slight uptick and then drops again. So you'll see that as we dig in. A little bit more variability if you look at kindergarten with that drop kind of in the middle of this time period, back up and then slightly down. First grade, again, a pretty significant increase in 1 year and drop back down. And then we see that COVID bump that takes it down a little bit further yet. Looking at second and third grade, same kind of story, some fairly consistent performance, a slight uptick, and then a little bit of a drop again with COVID. And kind of the same thing that we're looking at with fourth and fifth grade. These data can also, again, be looked at from a cohort model. Again, same data, just organized differently by cohorts. And again, you can see, you know, we don't have that great news that we celebrated with second and third grade this time. You know, we do see some growth from year to year and then that COVID dip. And I think that we see that present here. Earlier in the presentation, Dr. Cherry had mentioned looking at early literacy and early math. And I guess I would want to highlight, in this case, both the kindergarten and the first grade data point there, or what was first grade and second grade on our slide, the 2 leftmost columns. So if you think back to what the reading data looked like, it looked very similar to this math data, where, again, it's hard to put a reference point to that grade 1, that far left. But if we look at the second to left column, we see the same drop in both years. Or, I'm sorry, not both years, in both reading and in math. And so when we highlighted early literacy and early math, that's specifically what we're pointing to, because these are the first 2 years of these students with us engaged in foundational literacy skills and early numeracy. And so it's critical that we take a look at that and find ways to accelerate their learning. Again, here we're looking at the middle schools, 6th through 8th grade data on MAP. Again, fairly similar. I would say the difference between that 7th grade to 8th grade data points, there was a pretty significant drop when we look at NWA MAP performance. You see that in all 3 columns, actually, average national percentile, as well as the percent of students above average nationally. So I do want to end this looking at some of the data on some high notes. You know, I referenced the 2nd and 3rd grade A reading assessments, looking to see that they grew even with the challenges of COVID and distance learning and shifting instructional models. But there's a couple other data points I just want to highlight. And I want to put actual student numbers to them. I'll own it, you know, I put up percentages. And sometimes it's easy to lose track of how many students is that. And so what we're seeing here in this first data point, looking at our students in 2nd and 3rd grade with fall scores. So this is scores who were in the fall, they were at some risk. So the FastBridge assessment ranks students or identifies their score into high risk, some risk, low risk, and advanced levels of proficiency. And so in this case, we're looking at, there were 216 students who were identified in the some risk category. 88 of them, so 41%, but 88 students grew out of that some risk category. Wait, am I reading this incorrectly? Thank you. They were in the low risk category. No, let me read this again. Okay.
And they moved to low.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I had it all discombobulated. Yes, okay, so they were in some risk and they moved to low risk or advanced. So again, 88 students out of the 216. I think that, again, that's something to celebrate. We need to highlight those pieces. Similarly, if we look at students in 2nd through 5th grade on the A math assessment, half of our students who were in the high risk category. So these are students who are performing nationally at the 15th percentile or less. They grew out of that area. So they moved into some risk, but it's still one category. It's significant national percentile improvements, as well as into the some low risk as well as advanced. So again, 83 students out of 166 moved from one category into another higher performing category. The last thing I want to highlight, and I'm a little hesitant to share this data because it's live data and it's still changing. So we're in the middle of our FastBridge testing right now. So we've got about 90% of our students have tested. So this data can certainly change. I want to be very clear about that. It's live data. The results aren't official. They're not final. But I want to highlight that right now, these are the national percentiles of our students on these various assessments. So kindergarten students, 70% in low risk on the early reading, 82% in low risk or above on early math, 72% for 1st grade in low risk or above on early math, 80% 3rd grade on A math. Now, I say this, again, I caution the use of this data, A, because it's live, but we also know, as I mentioned, on our early reading and early math, there's different subtests, right? And those shift. And so I don't show this so much to say, look at how great we're doing, okay? But instead to point out, this is where our students are at right now, okay? And so recognizing the different subtests that students will be assessed with, recognizing that it's a computer adaptive test and that will change as students get questions right or wrong. These are our data right now, and it's our responsibility as a system, as a school board, as teachers, as district office staff, every employee within Stillwater Schools has responsibility for our students and for their student achievement. And so it's up to us to assist our students wherever they're at and adjust with them. And that's one of the great things about using FastBridge and NWA data is we've got fall data. We can help identify those students and where they're at, use that data to identify students for interventions, use that data to identify point-in-time adjustments that we need to make so that we can track progress throughout the year and that we can show that ultimate student growth.
So looking at the systems and the structures and how we use this data, what we're doing right now is we have quite a overhaul right now with our data system and what we're doing with PowerSchool. And attached to PowerSchool is something called Performance Matters. This allows us timely access to current and longitudinal data. Currently, we're building the system. We are increasing the use of how we use this data, how we can get access to this data, how we can combine information and make sense of that, use data visualization tools for individual students, for small groups of students, large groups of students. But this is a game changer in terms of where we were with Illuminate and now moving into this system. The implementation is going to be a little lengthy, but we're very, very excited that we're on this track right now. Another item that we focus on is our MTSS, or multi-tiered systems of support system that we have in place. This is what we use to identify students for reading and math intervention and provide that intervention through our ADSYS program, Title I programs, and our scheduled win time. And when we look at this data snapshot, we have this data here for you for your review as a board, as you're thinking through the policies that you make, as you help us with our district goals and our strategies, as we think through how we align our resources to implement those programs as you're adopting budgets, making adjustments to those. But that data snapshot, as you know, we came to you in the spring. We're here now with this information. We'll continue to come back and present additional information, and we want to make sure that we're doing that at least 3 times a year, in the fall, the winter, and the spring. Another item that we use in terms of a structure and communication is the conferences that we use to communicate with our families about each child's academic progress and their performance. Moving forward, we know that we have additional work we need to do. We have some systems improvements we need to make in order to move the dial and make some serious progress on our performance. And so thinking about professional development training, what do we need to do next? Power School and Performance Matters is a piece of that to provide direct training for our key staff members. We have online training available for all of our staff. We need to continue to focus on that and get better. Another item in terms of job-embedded professional development, just a key area of professional development, is the work that we do with our instructional coaches to provide that professional development, which provide the direct support that includes the data collection, data analysis, and action plan development. Thinking towards the future, these are some of the things that we have in place, and we need to continue to set our priorities around these key drivers of continuous improvement. The first is our standards-based alignment of curriculum, instruction, and assessment. We need to center our instructional decision-making around the standards. That is what we're being measured against, and that's what we need to focus on. Our professional learning communities are key in strengthening the data-driven practices that they use to accelerate their progress and performance through those collaborative efforts of focusing in on the information that we have available about our academic progress, and then what changes we're going to make in order to, again, drive that continuous improvement. Talked a little bit already about our instructional coaches, but that is just the essential piece in strengthening and deepening the coaches that we have in place and ensuring we have appropriate support across all of our schools. When we're looking at our academic calendar, we have that in place already for this year. It's largely driven by so many different constraints, right? We have our negotiated contracts with all of our employee groups. We have mandated times for time that we need to provide instructional minutes for our students. But we really need to focus in on some additional ways to be creative and proactive to include data analysis in our academic calendar, and how do we have the time built in to focus on this information so that we can drive the change that we need to make. And then Power School Suite implementation. We talked a little bit about Power School already, but that does allow us to integrate the technology resources to effectively support the curriculum instruction and assessment. So again, using this data to evaluate our needs, to evaluate this information, to drive our district goal setting process, which focuses on our school improvement planning, and that is directly aligned to our building specific strategies. And when we look at our instructional framework, focused on the 5D plus instructional framework, all of these are connected and they're all driven by this information. So I'm sure that you have some good questions for us, and we wanted to allow some time for that here at the end. We will try to answer any of the questions that you have, and if they're a little bit longer or more detailed, we may have to take them away and get back to you. But we're open for any questions you have.
Thank you, Dr. Cherry. That was a really interesting presentation. I just have a question. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about MCAs versus FastBridge in terms of the information and how it helps teachers teach their classroom students better.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question, and I know we all can answer that, but why don't you answer? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. So MCAs really are designed to align directly to the state standards. They're looked at as a systems snapshot rather than for individual student teaching and learning purposes. So part of that is that we don't get the results until the following fall. It's a one-time-a-year assessment. FastBridge, we implement 3 times a year to see where students are starting, compare that to where they are expected to be by the winter and where they're expected to be in the fall, or sorry, in the spring. So we can develop individual goals for individual students. We could look at small groups of students. For the K and 1 tests, they are individually administered and they're very skills-based. So they're focused on specific reading and math skills. So teachers can identify specific target skills for the kindergarten and first graders. 2nd through 5th grade, those are broad reading and broad math skills. So they're not quite as targeted, but they are also aligned to standards that allow teachers to identify more student groupings rather than skill groupings. But there are additional classroom-based assessments that can be administered to support deeper understanding.
Okay, so they'd be able to identify those individual deficits a little bit better with FastBridge and then address those within the classroom. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, thank you. Director Sherman?
My question, I mean, I'm glad to hear you acknowledge that there's improvement to do. I know specifically you're new to the role. Can you talk about, I mean, I love seeing kind of where we are, but I want to hear more about how we're going to course correct and what specific ideas we're going to kind of, like, where do you, coming into this position, have you kind of seen areas that you want to really focus on? Have, you know, what are the specific, can we learn more about the, I mean, I guess I don't know if you would call it performance improvement plans, but some sort of improvement plan for what we're seeing to kind of recover from COVID, but then also to start getting away from those dips that it's a little bit of a roller coaster. And maybe that's natural, maybe that's, you know, grade specific, and I would love to hear more about that, but I really want to focus on what we're doing moving forward.
I know Caleb's done a lot of that analysis, and I'll just jump in and say that we also are going to be coming back to you at our next meeting to talk exactly about that and dig into what now. We have
Right.
a lot of work that we need to do, and we need to set our priorities. And so the next time we come back to you, we'll be talking about what are our district goals, our academic achievement goals as it relates to our World's Best Workforce Plan. We had a district advisory committee that came together and presented the World's Best Workforce Plan. But looking at the board goals and then our district goals and then our school improvement goals and making sure that each one of those are aligned is what we'll be coming back to you with next time. And when we talk about our district goals, we'll also be talking about not just what is the SMART goal, but what are the strategies that we need to have in place in order for us to achieve those goals.
And just,
I mean, Caleb, if you want to even just give her a little overview of some of the key areas that you've already identified.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
and like I said, I think as I look at the data, so much of it hinges on our early foundational literacy skills. Again, that kindergarten and first grade data is so critical to make sure that kids are off on the right step in terms of their literacy development. So if I'm gonna dig deeper into some of that data, specifically what I'm looking at in the fall is some of the letter sound correspondences that students are demonstrating within those FastBridge assessments to identify both on the composite scores of the early reading, but also in those subtests, where are the areas that within a population, within a school. And I think that's really where this work has to happen. We can certainly address some big, broad things at a district level, but really where it really happens, and that's why I wanted to highlight those 88 students and the 83 students. It's when school improvement plans, which originate from board goals through student achievement specific targets, through school improvement plans into PLC plans, and then the teachers start digging in to look at their students and say, here's these 3 students, here's these 5 students that I can specifically work with. Or as a PLC team, we're gonna identify a group of kids and we're gonna provide some additional instruction for them. Or we're gonna identify these kids and say, they can really benefit from ADSIS or Title I or Minnesota Reading Corps, Writing Corps, all of the different alternative instruction, additional instruction, intervention programs that we're able to use and target. But it begins with understanding some of those data points around how do we leverage the skill, the pieces that we have. Now, systemically, right, we do and need to look at what is that fidelity to our Letterland program look like at K and 1, right? Maybe we need to add a Letterland or phonics and phonemic awareness instruction at other grade levels as well. Those are some of the pieces that we might need to be looking at. Or additional training, using COVID dollars to provide additional interventions, using COVID dollars to identify additional resources to fill some of those gaps. So that's the ongoing work that we need to engage in.
And just a reminder, we're fairly early on in our literacy adoption, right? We just fully implemented our new literacy adoption just within the last year.
Can I just-
So we're pretty early on and we're prime for
When-
that evaluation right now.
When we have that conversation about kind of what's that plan to get us, to where we want to be on that path, can we get, can a part of that be what you need from the board? Because, in our role that we serve in the district, it's very helpful for me to be able to understand this is what we don't have, this is what we need, and then we as a board can kind of work together to find out how can we get you what you need to be able to make these improvements.
Yep.
Because I'm assuming there's areas that you could use more support.
Yep. I think if you go back to those last couple pages of the slideshow where it talked about here's the structures and systems, the pieces that we're looking to center and to strengthen, those are the areas, and those are things that take significant focus across the system.
Just want to add one more thing. So just going back to the first question about the differences between MCAs and FastBridge and thinking ahead to what we need to do for improvement. One of the nice pieces about FastBridge and NWA map testing is that it's all on a scale. So you can truly map a student's growth from 2nd through 5th grade to see where they are in comparison to the benchmark scores at each point in all of those years. So you can see their growth over time. With MCAs, each test is a very different test, so you can't track growth in the same way. So thinking ahead to what we can use is the time to really understand each of the assessments and where students should be and goal development.
Okay, thank you. Director Briley.
Thank you, and thanks for that. And I think it is good to use both sets of tests congruent with one another. We're tied to the MCAs because of dollars that we take from the state. I appreciate the presentation. It's a little short on information in my perspective that we don't go beyond 2020, that we have a trend in this district that goes far back, maybe even to 15, 16, or before that we've had a decline. And I wish we would have taken the time to add this to this presentation. We talk about the amount of participation and the participation rate. Last year, we had a push by the teachers union not to test. Now, I got to finish because we're on a limited amount of time here, and you guys have had the floor. But we've had a push by the teachers across the state, right, or across the country not to test. So there was a push for parents not to have their kids test for that. But in prior years, we've had, 2018, 96.6%. That was, and this is reading, and that's all that this is. 4,267 kids that tested. The year 2019, we had 97.4% participation rate. So we've had a pretty good participation rate here. Last year was a different story. And I guess part of my frustrations when we talk about proficiency is that proficiency on the MCAs is only 50 to 60%, right, on that test. And so when we have 50 to 60 or if we 52% proficient, 52% of students in this district only get 50 to 60% correct on that test. So there's a huge problem for me with the direction we're going. I like the NWA and the MAP testing to get the individuals. But as we see that, I mean, there's such a difference between those test results and then with our district, we get to do a little bit lower on the MCAs. So I would like to see more improvement. And I don't want COVID. Everybody knows there's an issue here, right, with last year. I am so thankful that our readers did better. Maybe they're home with mom and dad, and maybe that helped their scores. But I have so many more questions, and I'm sorry that we don't have really time to get into any of this. I mean, this even goes into instructional coaches and the benefits there of, is it better to have a smaller class and an extra teacher versus an instructional coach? But I really wish we would go further back and look at the actual trends of Stillwater. And I know you weren't here, but I would love to be able to get on an improvement plan for this district to do better. So thank you.
Director Cherry?
So the FastBridge is an assessment that our district has chose to engage in, and it goes back to the 2015-16 school year. So that's why we included that, those years in the
But
in
not
the
MCAs
data.
wasn't included.
No, the MCAs, we were told not to compare to previous years on the MCAs.
Right, but that was this last year,
Sure.
not to compare.
Yep.
They absolutely compare their trend data. They actually
Okay.
have their trend data from 13 on, right, until 19. You can throw out last year.
Sure.
You know, prior to that, we have our trend of decline. And that's my concern, is that I know we can do better. We have done better.
And then just the other item was just about the NWEA itself. Also, we only have 2 years of data there because that was something that we just began administering to try and understand this a
My
little bit.
concern was omission of MCA data.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Director Huckard?
Thank you. I know we're running short on time. Really quick, thank you so much for the presentation and for really highlighting the growth, particularly the last couple slides, of the successes that we've seen in our district. It's obvious that when kids are under duress, that as a whole, they dip. And that's kind of what our trends are showing. So that also means we got a lot of work to do to kind of pull them back up and get them to where they need to be. I guess the biggest question I have has to do with curriculum and looking at what's coming up next in our curriculum cycle. How is our curriculum looking? Did that factor into any of these tests, particularly with the science and English language learners? So if somebody could speak to curriculum in that cycle, that would be helpful.
Just short answer, the science test is still mapped to the science standards that are currently in place. And so it really does indicate that we will have a new MCA science test when the new standards are in place, and we will be adopting a new science curriculum when we get to that point, right? So that is a reflection of what's going on, and we're going to be paying attention to science here in this next year.
So is that science curriculum or the new science standards in place and currently being tested, or no, not
No.
yet? Do you know when that comes in?
The 20,
Check me if I'm wrong. I believe it's the 24-25 school year is when the first MCA will be
testing
administered
that.
for the
Okay.
new science standards.
And do we have those new science standards currently being taught in our schools? Not yet?
We're in transition.
Got it.
We're in transition, and actually, if going into those standards, there's a pretty significant seismic shift that takes place from 6th grade to 8th grade. In fact, swapping the entire genre or subject areas from earth science to physical science and back and forth. So there's going to be some significant work that we need to do in science in terms of curricular and instructional reviews. And I would say as well, specifically to math, we have those new standards coming as well. Those are supposed to be designed starting this year and probably into next year. But then also within our literacy, as Dr. Cherry mentioned, we're still implementing and focused on implementation to fidelity with our literacy. And so it's continuing to refine that implementation as we go deeper. So all of these pieces are so critical to our work. And it's important to note standards don't ever stop, right? The state reviews and adjusts standards on a 10-year cycle. And so those cycles are coming due. And so we'll be implementing them in the upcoming years.
Thank you.
Director Probini.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. Caleb, thank you very much for the presentation, and to the both of you as well. My question here is, we've seen some great successes towards the last slide that you had shown. It shows a general success, but I also see that we have a lot of challenge when it comes to demographic achievement gaps, and that's not new. That's something that's been happening in the district for quite some time. What do you have in your bucket with respect to how you can make that change? Because if we don't focus on those particular groups, it will pull the whole population down. And I know we have, great opportunities here, but we really need to focus on that group as well. The gap is so wide, and it's a reflection of what's happening in the states as a whole and even in the nation as a whole, that we can be different. And so if we want to be able to increase what we have, I think the focus should be there. You will agree with me that what we saw was quite disturbing. And if we don't focus on that, I mean, we can look at the bigger picture and go, we're doing great. But really, there's still a lot of problems within. So knowing that you're new to the position, what exactly do you think you can do differently to create change? Because when we talk about performance and growth, that is exactly what we're talking about, whether it's literacy, whether it's improving ESL and sciences, whether it's closing those gaps. That is where performance is in terms of measurement. We can actually truly see and be able to measure, the growth that we see in those groups. What do you think you can do differently? Because that is very disturbing. I mean, we're talking about 18%, 0 in science for ESL, 18%, less than that. It's a pretty disturbing number.
Yep. So I would say specific to that, there's certainly the work that we need to do within our instructional and curricular areas, right? We can focus on what are the high yield strategies in literacy, in math. We can focus on those content area pieces within science. And that will go a long way, but that's not, that can't be the only thing that we do. And so when I look at our school improvement plans and some of our professional development goals, we have had for many years, as I understand it, goals around student engagement, right? Those are some of the other factors that we need to consider. And what does that look like? What does student engagement look like across these different student groups? And how do we measure student engagement more than just looking to see if kids are, have their eyes up, right? What does engagement look like in terms of homework completion? What does student engagement look like in terms of performance on those formative assessments? What does student engagement look like in terms of interaction and engagement in the learning? And so part of that is identifying and really focus on building that culture of learning within our schools, within our classrooms. Part of that is an adult focus piece, making sure that we have instructional coaches to go in and to model high yield strategies, to model what engagement can look like, to work with teachers on their personal and collaborative team plans, and then go in with that extra set of eyes to see this is student engagement, or here's some areas that you might want to think about. So there's structures that we've got that we need to build upon and grow in order to really gather the data we need around what student engagement looks like and identify additional strategies and go deeper in some of the structures to support that ongoing professional development.
Can I just follow up one quick one here? So what's the role of the family in all of this?
There's no question that we need to have a partnership between the schools and our families and our homes, right? And that's why, conferences are so important, to connect with individual families around the needs that kids are having. But again, it's not just on, 4 nights a year, right? It's ongoing communication and conversation, especially with those students and those families that need that extra bit of love, right? That need that extra connection, that need that extra bit of work.
Sorry, I don't mean to drag this on. I think it's, from a cultural perspective, it's beyond just the, conferences and all that. I'm sure there's a lot more going on behind the scene that might have an impact in terms of performance in classrooms. So just to give a different idea of some form of integration, I think you should look at a cultural component, and I know our teachers have that skill set. So thinking outside of the box in terms of family engagement and family support and inclusion in all of these processes, I think that understanding is very important as to how that impacts students' learning in class, because you can do all the work, right? Teachers can bring all the brilliance, but if there's something going behind the scene and there's lack of understanding in terms of those interactions, it will manifest in the classroom. So thinking outside of the box, that's that culture piece is quite important in terms of our understanding. Just an idea.
Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. I'm sure we'll be hearing more about academic achievement as we go on, so, thanks. Okay, well, we will, unless our board members want a break. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break before we start, we'll take a 5-minute break before we start the formal meeting. Thank you. Okay, we are back in session. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
No, roll call, right?
We already did roll call earlier. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the district mission statement.
The mission of Stillwater Area Public Schools, in partnership with students, family, and community, is to develop curious individuals who are active and engaged learners in an ever-changing world by challenging all students as they travel along their personalized learning pathways.
And the board goals.
School board goals. In partnership with community, parents, and students, the School Board of Stillwater Area Public Schools ensures excellence in education by increasing student achievement for all students, securing long-term financial stability of the district, and increasing community trust and engagement.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Director Hockert, is there a second? Director Sherman. Director Riley.
I would like to move the open forum up under the student report.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. All those in favor of approving the agenda, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. All right, next is the superintendent report.
Okay, thank you, Chair Petrie and Board Directors. We have two new student reps with us this evening. They will be our new student school board members, Sophia Peaton and Amelia Brettel. They both serve on the Stillwater Area High School Student Council. And unfortunately, Amelia is unable to join us tonight, but she is involved in a tennis match. So she will be joining us at our next regularly scheduled meeting. The student school board members will provide updates on items of interest. Topics generally include announcements of academics, activities, arts, and athletics. So welcome, Sophia and Amelia. Thank you. Okay, hopefully all of our employees have received their chamber bucks from the Greater Stillwater Chamber of Commerce. This generous donation made by the chamber equates to $6,000 in donations made by many, many business owners within our community. And a big thank you to Robin Anthony, the chamber's executive director, and everyone else in the chamber that helped to make this happen for our employees. And we just had a question earlier during our work session about engaging families, and I'm really happy to share this piece of news with everyone. Oakland Middle School staff had a great time connecting with our Cimarron families. Staff went door to door and visited with about 100 students' families in about 80 households. They also handed out a calendar and important contact information that was translated in Spanish. Families were very appreciative to see the staff, so we're a little surprised. I've had that happen with staff coming to my home, and we love it. In the last 3 years, Oakland Middle School has added 4 employees who are bilingual, and their services for families have made such a huge difference. We're receiving feedback from many families on that. So a special shout out to Alicia, Claudia, Emily, and Edgar. When you spoke, our Spanish-speaking families felt listened to, informed, and valued. So thank you, Oakland Middle School staff, for taking their time. This is purely on a volunteer basis, and it's made such a difference in many, many families' lives. From our HR department, we are still looking for childcare employees at most of our elementary schools. Those interested can apply on our website under employment. We would love to have you work with us, and we do have some really, really cute kids that want to spend time with you. School food supply chain issues. We've had some questions from parents coming to us. Your child's favorite meal may not always be available, and this is across our entire state. Supply chain issues are impacting school meals this fall. Like restaurants and businesses across the nation, our schools are having a difficult time getting all of the products we order. Unfortunately, that means we're having to make a lot of menu substitutions. We guarantee we'll always have good, nutritious food for our kids to eat at school, but the choices may not always be what our students are expecting. And thank you for your patience and understanding with this. And I know the cheese pizza has been very popular and hard to get in. That's one of the top items. And finally, tomorrow we have homecoming. Join us for our 4th annual Pony Homecoming Carnival as well. This free, family-friendly event brings people together to show their pony pride and have some pregame fun. The event features traditional carnival games, activities, inflatables, food, and more for all ages. The big game is tomorrow, Friday, September 24th, and the carnival is from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. before. You can sign up online to volunteer to help at the carnival. Please wear red and black, or your pony gear on Friday, and take a picture of your friends, family, neighbors, or colleagues dressed up in their pony wear and post it on social media with #PonyPride. I was very fortunate enough to be able to attend the game last Friday, and I saw Director Riley and Director Porbini there, as well as many, many other community members and students, and it was a wonderful, wonderful night. Had a great hot dog. They were only $2, and the people there were just friendly, and the kids were just having a lot of fun. So please come out to our homecoming game and other athletic and activity events with our district. And with that, I'm finished with my report.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is the student report.
Hi. Oh. Is that what it works? Okay. So yeah, I was just gonna talk about how tomorrow, how we have homecoming. We have a pep fest tomorrow for the high schoolers, which is gonna include the homecoming dance nominations, which everyone enjoys every year, and a lot of different fun activities during that. We also have the game, which the theme is red out, so everyone's going to wear red. This week we've had a lot of fun spirit days, which has been really great to get all the students involved and excited for homecoming. Today's was Decade Day, so a lot of people wore like 70s outfits and stuff. And last night we had our Powder Puff game, which is the girls' football game. And the juniors lost, which I'm a little biased because I'm a senior. But yeah, and it was really fun, and a lot of people had a lot of fun. And I think there's not a lot to report on academics right now because the school year's just kind of started up. But what I've been hearing from a lot of my peers, especially in the senior class, is that they've been really enjoying their classes and the teachers this year. But yeah, that's all I kind of have to report on. Thank you.
The juniors won, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did win.
Thank you for that report. How was it first time?
Oh, I was gonna, I'm a little nervous, but.
A little nervous. You did a great job. Thank
Thank
you. Okay, next is the board chair report. I think probably by now, most of you know that we have an empty chair up here and that Director Onken resigned his position last week. He had asked me to read a letter, which I am going to do right now. Dear Stillwater Area School Community, I am writing this letter to inform you that I have resigned my District 834 Board of Director position. I am grateful for the community support during the election a year ago. However, the divide in our community is beginning to impact my well-being. In my work, I have the ability to impact students daily and want to give them 100%, and right now I am not able to do that as my mind is on other things. I take no pride in this decision, but it is the right one for me at this time. When I campaigned for this position, I felt I could bring some calm to board meetings. I think of myself as a reasonable and rational person who is willing to listen and discuss viewpoints regardless of the final decision or vote. I find the current situation untenable. Our community is a microcosm of our national political scene where misinformation looms, trust comes at a premium, and people use whatever information they want to fit their narrative. It is unfortunate, but there is a part of our community that is no longer interested in the idea of we and only interested in the idea of me. Because of this, I had been close to walking out of a number of meetings and found myself struggling to keep composure. I am confident in the votes I made and do not regret any of them, though I often spent hours after meetings thinking about each vote. I am a pleaser and want to meet everyone's needs. By nature, I am not a fighter and ignorantly thought this position would not turn out to be political. So I leave you with two questions. When will the fighting, arguing, and shouting end? When will our entire community come together as one to celebrate and support our students? Sincerely, Matt Onken. I just want to thank Matt for serving for the time that he did. I agree with him that I thought he was a reasonable and rational person, and I thought that he contributed a lot to the board, and I'm sorry to see him go. You have probably noticed that the agenda was revised for this meeting, which was a result of conversations between Superintendent Lansfeld and me. This is a direct result of what has happened at the last several board meetings. Those who have been watching have seen meetings in which audience members feel free to yell at us while we are discussing business at the board table, as though they are at a sporting event shouting at a ref. I understand that people are passionate about their views, and I also understand that it is a small subset of people who don't seem to know how to conduct themselves at a board meeting. But they are disrupting our proceedings, and it has to stop. We are here to conduct the business of the district. That is our first and most important responsibility. Therefore, the agenda was revised with that responsibility in mind. We have placed our action items at the beginning of the meeting because those are the items that must happen to keep the district functioning properly. The action items are followed by reports because they help to inform the board and the community about action items that may be before us later. We placed open forum at the end. It is not unimportant, but we also know that it is not the only way that people can tell us their views. They can call and they can email. As a matter of fact, before our vote on masking, we received hundreds of emails. I read every one, and to me, each one of them was equal in value to the testimony of the 15 people who speak to us twice a month. I am hopeful that we can make it through this entire meeting with the kind of decorum that citizens should expect when attending a meeting of their local school board. It is possible that we will return to our old format, but that won't happen until it becomes evident that we can once again have meetings that are not in jeopardy of being adjourned early because of the chaos created by a small segment of audience members. So I mentioned open forum just a few minutes ago. Most of you know that we made a change to sign up for open forum. We now have online sign up, and one of the reasons why we did that was that it allows people to organize their schedules a little bit better and plan ahead and know in advance whether they will be speaking. We have suggested that if people spoke at the last meeting, that they step aside and let others go forward and speak instead who haven't spoken. We thought that a suggestion would be enough, you know, with Minnesota Nice, but apparently it's not. So now we're going to make it a rule. So if you spoke at the last meeting, you can sign up, but we will give priority to those who didn't speak at the last meeting. If there are fewer than 15 people, then you will be allowed to speak, even if you spoke at the last meeting. But if you did speak at the last meeting, you would be put on a wait list, and those who didn't speak will speak next. This change is being made because we want to hear from a variety of voices and not just the same ones each time. We're going to continue to improve the process. We appreciate the grace that you have given us. We have an online form that was created using our new website, and so we know that there were a few little glitches in the system. So we're going to keep going forward and improving the process. And also just to let you know that the policy working group is addressing our policies concerning open forum. So that will be coming to the board table sometime in the future. So just to say, contact us if you have suggestions or opinions about open forum. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is that So the school board is currently exploring different ways for students, families, staff, and residents to engage with board members on important topics and issues. The board wants your input as it considers changes to open forums and seeks new ideas for engagement. So visit our website at stillwaterschools.org to participate in the School Board Engagement Challenge. We are using a new tool called Crowdicity. Crowdicity allows you to respond to questions known as challenges and provide your feedback to school district leaders. In a few simple steps, you'll be able to share your ideas, rate other people's ideas, and even respond to other people within the challenge. All of the feedback gathered through the challenge will be used to help the school board improve the ways it involves the community in its decision-making. The School Board Engagement Challenge will remain open through the end of the day on Sunday, October 10th. And the final thing is that this is not a political rally. And our attorney has just informed us that we have the ability to ban political signs. And so that's what I'm doing. So put your signs down. And if you don't, I will rule you out of order and you'll be asked to leave. This is a political election. Put your signs down.
And Chair
Put
Petrie,
the signs down.
we have historically not allowed any type of sign within our board meetings, and that's been past practice.
You don't have the floor. Signs down, please. Signs down. You're not in charge here. Put your signs down, please, or you'll be asked to leave.
So it's just political signs. We can have any political other garments.
You know what, we'll address that later, but for right now, put your signs down.
Make it up as you go.
Actually, no, we did get a communication from our attorney, so thank you for that. Please put your signs down or you'll be asked to leave. Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to the next item on our agenda.
I can have some clarification, please, Chair.
I don't think we have discussion after the board chair report.
You have implemented a new rule on, or procedure, and I have a question.
And what is your question?
My question is if policy is in place currently of the signups and the procedure around open forum, how does that impact the change if we already have current policy on the books?
In what are you referring to exactly?
What your group, your policy group is looking at revoking. You know, the signups 30 minutes prior, the whole procedure around.
That's not
open
really,
forum.
that's not contained in policy.
It is, you realigned it.
Essentially, we just created we created a process that works a little bit better than the online sign up, or the
That's my question
paper-based
is,
sign
if
up.
it's in policy, don't you have to change that first before you can implement your new process?
You know, I think it was just a couple years ago that Mike Potacek, the board chair, reduced the time to speak from 5 minutes to 3 minutes without.
Which I denied. I voted against that, actually.
Well, you know, the board chair does have the authority to make some changes like this, and we went to an online sign up, and that's the way we're going to go forward. All right, next item on our agenda is our action items, policy approval, 212, school board member development. Dr. Cherry.
Thank you, Chair Petrie, Board Director, Superintendent Lansfeld. Here tonight on behalf of our policy working group, presenting the revised policy, School Board Member Development Policy 212, seeking a motion and a second to approve this policy as it's been revised and listed as a final reading in your packet.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a motion? Director Porvini. Is there a second? Director Hockert. Okay, questions? Director Riley.
Just a question on the orientation manual. When is it that we're going to get to see that?
Can I speak to that one? Thank you. It's not quite ready yet. Dr. Cherry is still working on kind of ironing out the details. It's going to become a living document, so there's information that the administration will constantly be updating kind of as we go through each year. So we're still in the process of it, and I've asked Dr. Cherry to send it back to us to take a look at once when she's done doing her little updates.
Any ideas?
Yes, we said it would be available before the next new board member is ready to be seated.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions? All those in favor of policy approval 212, school board member development, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, item B is revoke policy 201.12, board development and evaluation. Dr. Cherry.
Thank you, Chair Petrie, Board Directors, and Superintendent Lansfeld. This is a continuation of the last action item. Policy 201.12, School Board Member Development and Evaluation, is a policy that's been on our books for quite some time. We're asking to revoke this policy at this time, since we did just adopt the revised policy 212, and this policy is redundant. So we're seeking a motion and a second to revoke policy 201.2.
Okay, is there a motion? Director Sherman, is there a second? Director Porvini. Questions? Comments? All right, there's a motion on the floor to revoke policy 201.12, board development and evaluation. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is guiding change, attendance boundaries. Mr. Drummerhausen.
Good evening, Chair Petrie, members of the board. Tonight, I'll be seeking approval of the attendance boundary guiding change document that'll set the parameters for our work. The boundary committee will start this fall to create new elementary and middle school boundaries for the beginning of the 2022-23 school year. The committee will consist of parents, staff, administrators, and a school board member. And here's just kind of a brief timeline of the process. So in October, we're gonna have our boundary discussions and create initial recommendations. In early to mid-November, we'll take those recommendations here to a work session of the board, as well as community conversations within our community. In mid-November, we're gonna reconvene the committee to review the community conversations and the school board feedback and create a final recommendation. And then in late November, we'll bring that final recommendation to the board for a report and seek adoption in the meeting in December. I have not received any feedback from board members from our last report. One thing I would like to note, though, in reviewing this in our administrative meetings, the one thing that we want to change is under the desired result, the second to last bullet that says keep the feeder system to middle schools. We're gonna do our best to do that, but I would like to change that to say to the extent possible, keep the feeder system to middle schools. We're gonna do our best, but we're not sure that that will be entirely feasible. We will try to keep neighborhoods together, but just don't know how the boundary process is gonna fully work out. And so if the board really wants us to keep that feeder system, we can do that. But that's one thing that we were talking about internally. That's something that we might wanna add, is to the extent possible, keep the feeder system to our middle schools. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Okay. Can we have a motion to accept this? Director Hockert, is there a second? Director Porvini. Okay, questions? Director Riley.
Can you explain that a little bit? You're gonna have a different feeder system, or you're just gonna?
We're gonna try, so currently every single elementary school is aligned to a specific middle school. We're gonna try to keep that as best we can. In doing
Current
this-
ones,
Current ones.
but going forward, they may change to different feeders?
So let
Or
me
you're
back
gonna
that
get
up.
rid of them
We're going
completely?
to, we don't know, again, the committee hasn't met yet. So we're not necessarily can say that the same elementary schools are gonna go to the same middle schools moving forward. That may change. Also, in doing a boundary process, you'd move elementary boundaries first, and then see how that overlays to middle schools after that's done. When that process is done, there may be, depending on how the boundary shifts work out, creating true feeder systems may overstack one middle school versus the other. And so if that is the case, you know, there may be looking at an elementary school that would have part of their students going to one middle school and part of them going to another one. We're gonna do the best not to have that happen, but I don't know how the committee is gonna work, and I just wanna throw it out there as an option that may end up being the case down the road. But since the work hasn't been completed, I can't give you a yes or no how it's gonna shake out.
Okay, because then I can't vote on what I don't know, right? I can't go on, I don't know if we're at, if I'm voting on something, I want it specific.
Okay, so we'd be looking to voting on to the best that we can as a committee to keep the feeder system to middle schools.
Yeah.
It would be the flexibility that, you know, if it comes and works itself out where it just can't work, or we can come back later and say, you know what, this isn't where it is. But just reviewing this and kind of overlaying this to where the committee is going to do their work, that's just one recommendation that we looked at internally.
Superintendent Lansfeld.
Yeah, I would just like to add, we've been working with TeamWorks a little bit to collect more demographic data, and they've worked with many districts on this. And with the boundary committee, this guiding change document should not be in cement. We want the boundary committee, if they come up with ideas that we haven't even thought about, then we might be coming back to the board and saying, this was not known before. Can we change this slightly? But this would all be with board input, because a lot of information comes up and a lot of ideas come up with the boundary committees. And we would like to make sure that this is a living document that can possibly be changed if needed, but it would come before the board again.
So Superintendent Lansfeld, you're saying that if it looks as though the work in the boundary committee might need to violate one of these guiding changes, then you would come to the board for further discussion and approval at that point? Is that what you're
And
saying?
share the information and data with you and the reasons why this came to be. And yes, we would keep the board informed and then ask for approval for a possible change. Sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. This is a great document and would like to try and stick with this as much as possible, but just knowing that that could happen during and throughout the process.
Okay, thank you. Director Propini.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. Then I think we should add that caveat to the statement here. Based on what Director Riley just said, it's important for that caveat to be there. So this is a directive to support you in terms of the planning process, but not finalize. So I think the caveat should be a part of a statement on the document itself. So you have an opportunity to bring it back to the board when you meet with the committee out there.
Thank you.
Can we make that change? Oh, okay. Oh, didn't look. Okay. Director Sherman.
And I apologize, I think I sent my feedback. I sent it last night, and so I apologize for that. I thought I had sent it. But one of my comments was under our current reality, we have classroom space set aside for pre-K. And I would think we would I noticed it was not in the desired result column. And I didn't know if we wanted to repeat that. It looked like other ones were, current reality, the feeder system was then carried over to the desired result. I just don't want.
We are planning to carry that over.
Okay.
Same thing
So I
with
don't know if it should be repeated in the desired result. That was kind of the major.
No, we are planning to keep our pre-K system the way it is right now.
Okay. So should it be in desired result then?
Well, I
keep
mean,
it?
if you like the current, our busing, the half mile, the 1 mile, the transportation, that all is going to carry over as well onto the desired result.
Okay.
And I should probably add at this time that at the last meeting, I had asked if board members, anyone who was interested in being a liaison to the boundary committee should contact me. And I didn't hear back from anybody, and so I actually contacted Director Sherman, and she agreed to be the liaison to the boundary committee.
Perfect.
So, Are there any other questions on this? Comments? Okay, we have a motion to adopt the guiding change for boundary changes. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is adopt preliminary property tax levy 2021 payable 2022.
Skip one.
Did I miss something? Oh, I did. Okay, Brookview Elementary School Addition, construction bids. Mr. Drummerhausen.
Thank you. Again, I'm bringing up here to the table, John Hunick from Kraus Anderson and Paul Aplikowski from Wold. So good evening again. Tonight we are seeking approval of the bids for the Brookview Elementary School addition. Kraus Anderson's worked with our Stillwater School District as well as Wold Architects to solicit proposals and bids for the elementary school project addition. 3 proposals were presented to this school board on August 31st, and we opened 154 bids on September 14th. The bids were estimated to come in at $4,912,490 for 23 of the 26 work scopes. There are still 3 work scopes that aren't being bid yet that will come at a later date. Unfortunately, the bids came in higher than we expected at $5,610,186. So that is an overage of $697,696. So in transparency, we are over budget. So here we are to talk about possible solutions. We are in the process of looking for ways to reduce our costs within this project, but we are requesting to use the overage of $697,696 out of our capital our capital budget fund balance to cover the increased costs. Currently, our capital fund balance is still finishing the audit phase for the last school year, so we don't have the specific number yet, but we anticipate around a $6 million fund balance in our capital account. So we'd be requesting to use almost $700,000 of that for this specific project. So I want to turn it over to John and to Paul just to talk about some specific things within the project and the higher costs.
Sure, thank you for having us here tonight. I'm Paul Aplikowski with Wold Architects and Engineers. One of the things that we wanted to highlight was the requirement, the new requirement by the state to put a storm shelter into the facility. And that is a significant part of the costs that are involved or the difference in budget. Originally, I believe, as Kraus Anderson was budgeting this through the last few years, we believed that could be absorbed within the overall budget and the other contingencies in there. And on bid day, we found out that that's not the case. Some of the things that go into that, there's a portion of the building, about 2/3 of the facility or the addition part of it, is able to withstand a direct hit from a tornado. And winds and impacts at 250 miles an hour. So to accomplish that, we have to reinforce all the walls and particularly harden all of the windows and openings in the facility. So the devices that do that cost a lot of money. Some of the shutters that come down in that event cost upwards of $60,000, $70,000 a piece. And that is not something that 2-3 years ago when you started this adventure was not required. So last year that became a part of the building code. It was a mandate. In schools, I think you call them unfunded mandates, but you need to accomplish that in order to get the facility and get an occupancy certificate for it. So that was one of the challenges that we faced.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Again, John Hunick with Kraus Anderson. So not only were we dealing with the storm shelter costs, and as Paul alluded to, it just wasn't budgeted when this project was originally developed. We're also still, in my opinion, in the middle of a pandemic, right? And that is affecting the cost of material, and inflation is real. We're able, in the commercial industry, we are following housing, but the material prices now are going through the roof. And just go to Menards or Lowe's, right? And the cost of material is high. Okay, that was reflected in the bidding requirement. As Mark stated, we had over 150 bids, so in each work scope, for example, whether it's earthwork all the way from drywall to carpet to mechanical, electrical, we got 3, 4, 5, sometimes 8 or 9 competitive bids. So we got quality bids, and we got a lot of bids, and it's just a reflection of the market, unfortunately. In the industry we're in, we hope it settles down. Right now, we don't see that on the radar. Whether it's a private developer building a warehouse, or a government building, we're just dealing with these material costs. To delay the project and cross our fingers, we don't think is the right answer because we're still going to be dealing with inflation. So again, if we go back several years ago, the project would have cost much less. You can just track that information or those costs as we go forward. So our recommendation with Mark Drummerhausen is to approve the $700,000 and move forward because the bids on bid day are good for 60 days. And until then, until the contracts are approved, we can't order material. So.
And so just looking at the overall budget, the funding source, so just going back, the lease levy was for $6.921 million. And so these bids came in at 5.6. So someone may say, well, wait a second, you're already under that budget. So when we do a budget, you can see all the different items that are line item on there. And so the total of that is 6.9 million. We will be requesting $697,000 out of our capital fund balance to include in this budget. And then we do have $75,000 of long-term facility maintenance. There's some storm ponding in some of our ponds that have not been draining properly. And so since there's an earthwork contractor out there already to do the addition, it just makes sense to add that project onto this work scope. So there would be 3 different funding sources with that. Under the budget, the contracts that we're seeking approval would be the $5.6 million. There is about $369,000 for the other 3 work scopes that will be brought to you in the near future, and then some contingencies. And then you can see the owner and soft costs. So the total budget would be $7,694,362 with that $697,000 overage. Again, we've talked about trying to reduce some of the costs within that, but to keep the project moving forward, we will request that at this time. So with that, I will open up to any questions or comments that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Director Riley.
I got a couple of different questions. One's with the variation of bids, and they kind of play off of each other a little bit. Some of the bids that came back on some of the items were very high, and then we took the low bid. Is there going to be change orders in that because there's just so low? I mean, such a difference. Are we going to eventually creep back up? And second part of that is we're now over what our levy dollar amount is. Do we have any room for change orders? Or are you going to have to come back for that again? So is the project going to exceed?
Sure. So under the procurement law, so you're right, in certain divisions where we had 7 or 8 bids, there was a large swing, okay? And we're going to talk about this later in the board meeting too, but under the Minnesota procurement laws, a contractor who accepts the contract and signs it, so the owner signs it, you sign it, they cannot ask for a change order for additional scope. That's in the construction drawings. So the contingency, there's a line right there for $225,000 contingency cannot be used for added scope. That's for unforeseen conditions, or maybe we determine a door might work better in a different location. So if they accept the contract, part of the process that we've been working on in the last week is interviewing the local contractors to make sure the scope is covered.
Okay. Director Parbani.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. Thanks for that question, Director Riley. That was exactly what I was going to ask as well. We hope there's not going to be any kind of hanky-panky along the line just because the bid came in lower, and when the contract is actually given to that particular company, then all of a sudden changes starts happening. We don't want to go into any kind of legality or any kind of, situation when, the project actually starts. So is there a guarantee here that this will not happen?
Yeah, well, we agree 100%, by the way, because we have to deal with that hanky-panky. So yeah, that's part of interviewing the local contractors to ensure. Now, there's no guarantee in the future that a local contractor might realize later that they forgot something, and they'll have to bring that to us and to the architect and to the owner for discussion. But if it was in the bidding documents, they would not be allowed a change order, just by law.
I think I would add too that that's part of what you pay both of our companies for, is to monitor all those things on the construction site and all the paperwork, review all the pricing and make sure that it is appropriate. So again, we'll look at, if it was included in the original contract, we'll reject that claim. If there are other additions, and there tends to be on construction projects, especially additions and remodels, all of those will be reviewed thoroughly, and you'll get a good, we call it a good value. Make sure that you're getting a good value for whatever needs to change.
Thank you.
Director Sherman?
I'm curious if you've been able to identify just approximately how much of this overage is related to the new code, the storm shelter code?
Yeah, well, we have looked at that, and right now we're using a cost per square foot for the area of where the storm shelter is. And it's a range on different projects, but it's $80 to $100 a square foot just for that area.
just
Yeah, so again, that's not the entire addition, it's the portion of the addition, that's the storm shelter. If we really wanted to get into the weeds, we could show you construction details where a wall within the storm shelter, let's just point at any one of these masonry walls that are typically about this thick. And that storm shelter, they're double this thick and they're double walls and it's about this thick. Okay, so these are heavy-duty walls, heavy-duty precast roof, along with mechanical system, proper electrical backup and things like that, so.
I think to parse that out, I believe that if we ran through the math that John just talked about, that actually coincidentally adds up to about that much money, the overage. I don't think it's fair to say that that was the total story of the bids, though. It was also other factors in the market and increases in costs of labor and materials.
Agreed.
Director Hockert?
Thank you. My question's for Dr. Drumhausen. Could you explain a little bit more about the funding source, this capital projects just being new to the board, understanding kind of that pot of money? Is that different from the lease levy that we approved earlier? How does that kind of play out in terms of taxpayers?
It's totally separate. Capital dollars cannot be used for general fund dollars. So they can't be used for staff, they can't be used for textbooks, they can't be used for instructional materials. It's for buildings, furniture, fixtures, those sorts of things. So we do get a capital budget every year in the 2.5, 3 million, kind of, it varies each year, but in that kind of range. And then in addition to that, we do have a fund balance on top of that of, again, the audit isn't done yet, but we're expecting around $6 million of that fund balance in addition to this year's budget for our capital fund.
So to follow up on that question, did we already have like a designated list of items that we wanted to purchase with that capital fund? And if so, what won't we be doing to be able to cover this?
Well, we don't want to dip into this year's budget for capital. That's where the fund balance comes in. And this is, for overages of those sorts of things that come up. And so we don't have all that $6 million earmarked, and it comes out, we don't want to spend it all down either because things pop up and you want to be able to have dollars in case something happens. But we feel comfortable using $700,000 of the fund balance, not the budget, to earmark for this project.
Okay. Director Sherman?
I would like to make a motion to approve the administration's recommendation.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Director Hockert seconds. Any further discussion? Director Riley?
Yeah, I didn't vote for this. I am not on board with the method of funding, period, with certificate of participation. I think it should have been an option for the taxpayers to have some say on the expansion. I also am not a fan of using long-term facilities maintenance funding for these projects. We're doing it now on Brookview. You've done it with most of the CDT that you have laid out there, which is, again, a non-voter approved levy, taking from the taxpayers without any input or any say. I personally would like to see this, spend within your means. We have a school up for sale, right now, for $1.5 million. And that's a whole school. And now we're building an addition of 8 classrooms for, what are we gonna be at, 7.7 million maybe when we're done? It's crazy to me that it's crazy to me that it's very irresponsible, in my opinion, with public money. So I just want to lay out why I'm a no. I just don't like this whole method of all of taking taking money from and it's over and over and over and over this year, so.
Superintendent Lansfeld.
I would just like to say that we'll be bringing more demographic information about where our student population will be, and it is growing in the southern part of our district and will continue to grow. Brookview is a school that will be there for that growth. And when you do build a school, I believe you want to do it right, because as you can see, Anderson Elementary, Lake Elmo, some of these schools have been around for 100 years or more, and we want it there for our community.
Director Sherman.
Before we vote, can I just quickly ask, I think it would be John, we've been talking, I think, as a board about this project dating back to 2017. Has there ever been a time, or do you foresee a time that this is going to get less expensive for taxpayers to do something that we know we need?
No. You're right, we did talk about this in 2017. We did several estimates back in 2018, which were approximately 1.2 million less than this. So that's a clear sign of inflation plus storm shelters. Typically, when there's inflation, it typically doesn't go down much, it maybe flat lines and then goes up again. So I do not see this coming in cheaper in the future, no. Most likely more expensive.
I would like to call the question.
It doesn't look like we have any other comments anyway. All those in favor of this motion to approve the construction bids, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming, and we appreciate it. All right, next, it's adopt preliminary property tax levy 2021 payable 2022. Dr. Tyne.
Good evening, everybody. Board Chair, Superintendent. For me, this is a very exciting night because I do enjoy the levy and I do enjoy the data that's involved with it. I think you might find it a titch uninteresting maybe, but there's a 4-page memo in your packet that lays out all the steps and dates required to approve the preliminary property tax levy. I'd just like to remind the board that your funding comes from 3 major sources. It comes from the state aid, which is the largest, your local levies, which we're going to talk about tonight, and of course, federal funding, and plus there's a small amount of miscellaneous revenue. Rather than go through the memo line by line, I thought what would be appropriate is to just review the handout in front. The purpose tonight is to provide you, the board, and the community with an overview of the preliminary property tax levy for payable 2022. The money that's raised during this time or through this levy will be used to fund the budget in 22-23, okay? So you're not talking about this current year, but you're talking about the next year. And then to talk about any significant levy changes that occurred. And there are always some, as you know. Once the legislature meets, all laws are subject to change. So let's take a look at the key messages tonight. The preliminary levy certification is part of the overall levy process and due to the county auditor and the Minnesota Department of Education no later than the 30th. And that's why we're meeting tonight on the 23rd to gain approval. The revisions to the levy are still being made and will likely change the total amount in the future. In other words, there's information that the Department of Education is still gathering and will receive, so the levy amount will change. We're going to be asking you tonight to certify the maximum, and by certifying the maximum, it allows for greater flexibility. And what that means basically is that once you say you're set for the maximum, that if the levy goes down, it'll adjust automatically. If it goes up, it'll adjust automatically. If you set an amount, it's frozen at that amount. It can never go up, but it can go down, okay? And we want to make sure that we receive all the funding we are entitled to as a district and as a community. The board will adopt the final payable 2022 property tax levy on December 9th, okay? And at that time, the board can make changes to the levy. In other words, you can reduce it, you just can't increase it, all right? And December 9th, Truth and Taxation hearing will be coming at a regular board meeting that night, where we'll present the 2021, or the 21-22 updated budget, and we'll also present the levy information updated. Now, the timelines are right there, thank you. The board adopts the preliminary levy on September 23rd, tonight, that's our hope. September 30th, the district provides the county with the proposed levy and date of the meeting. The final levy and budget will be discussed at the Truth and Taxation hearing. Mid-November, the county mails property tax statements with the estimated payable 2022 property taxes with the date, time, and location. The final levy and budget discussions will take place. Now, I know I apologize for the print. It's very small. You have it in your packets, and I think the community also has it in the board packet at home. And I'm going to put on my glasses to read this. But you have 4 columns here. And the 4 columns make up the general fund levies to start with. And they include the real market value, net tax capacity value from 2021 or the previous levy from last year. And it also includes the estimated 2022 net and real market value and net tax capacity columns. What this basically shows is that our levy is going to show a significant decrease this year. And it's a test that I kind of run through my mind as I do this to say we know what the levy was last year for the general levy, about 31 million. And if you take a look at the proposed amount this year, it's about 18 million. And when you take into consideration the levy amount that is voter approved, that's not included this year, there's kind of the difference that's going to be in place for the total amount. Community service is on the next page, and that's to run the community ed programs that are so vital to our district. And again, you have the 2021, 2022, and you have the debt service levies on the next page, which include not only the debt service approved, and that's the funding, the mortgage of the district on the buildings. There's also a debt service other from prior years that was paid off. And it was I just want you to know that it was a bonded amount on the net tax capacity or on the, on the LTMF, long-term facility maintenance, that was used for remodeling purposes at our junior highs a number of years ago. I think before anybody probably around this table was probably here except for the superintendent. And that has been paid off, okay? And then you have the total of the levy. And if you look at the bottom line going across, last year's total levy was $41,267,222.54. We're recommending that the levy or the estimated levy will be at $28,817,129. And the difference between those two is really the difference between the referendum. If you take a look at the referendum. Now, the administration on the next steps is going to recommend the school board adopt a maximum levy. We know that there's going to be changes in the levy, and this will allow those changes to occur. Most likely, there'll be adjustments for probably the long-term facility maintenance because some of that information comes in late to the state, and it could be for abated taxes and things of that sort. The school board will act on the final levy certification on December 9th, And the taxpayers will have an opportunity for input during the truth and taxation and ask questions concerning the budget. I will be very happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I move that we adopt the preliminary tax levy 2021 payable 2022. Is there a second? Director Sherman, okay, discussion.
Sorry, I have a question.
Director Sherman.
On the community service levies, and I'm curious how the basic community education, how those are identified. It looks like they went down just a little bit. Is that based on enrollment or
Yeah,
what?
no, it's not on, well, it is, it's on student counts.
Student
But
counts,
it's student counts that are served, and there's also a community amount, the population of the district, and many of these are made on estimates. And you'll notice there's an adjustment on that levy too, and the adjustment is because they underestimated the amount of population
Well, that will be
at a
finalized.
previous levy, so it's corrected. And, okay,
That was it. I just was curious.
yeah, that's it.
Director Riley.
Thanks. Can you, for me, because I brought up long-term facilities maintenance in our last discussion, can you kind of explain that a little bit and what the purpose of long-term facilities maintenance is? In my understanding, it was supposed to be a like for like. In my initial, onboarding here, that is what was discussed. And to basically maintain buildings so they don't dilapidate, to keep them, in good financial standing within their communities.
Right. The history, well, I'm probably the only one still probably actively involved that was here when it initially started. But it was put in place to make sure that larger districts who have many buildings to maintain, capital outlay wasn't sufficient enough to take care of those needs. So they created an opportunity for some of the largest districts in the state to levy for that purpose. And it morphed over a period of time to include all districts for a certain amount. So there's a grandfathered group, which we're part of, and then there's a new group. But the money that is generated is used for maintaining the buildings, and that's what it's for. And each year, you receive a 10-year plan. You probably remember earlier this year, you've approved that 10-year plan. And what's really the trick to that is you have to guess kind of what's going to happen over the next 10 years. And Tony and Mark put that together, lay out all the things that are going to be happening, and then things happen. And not everything falls within the timeline. So that's when there's adjustments, and you'll notice there was a fairly large adjustment this year, just about $2.6 million. And that's, the majority of that is for long-term facility maintenance projects that were budgeted or planned, but we weren't able to complete. And the problem with that is that some of these projects, the majority of them take place during the summer months, and that's when our fiscal years end. So we may have thought they were going to end in one fiscal year, and then they ended up being in another fiscal year. I've already driven the student council person away. I feel bad. So, but that's basically it. It's used for maintaining our buildings, and that's the idea behind it.
Again, I'm displeased with the course that the district has taken, and I'm displeased with the course that the district has taken in using, because we don't have to levy this full amount. We can levy less, and the fact that we are doing CDT work with this and now we're not coming to the voter, right? This was supposed to be a voter-approved plan, and now we're just using long-term facilities maintenance funding, which is non-voter approved. The asks are all gone now, and it's just becoming more and more and more of that currently, and I don't agree with it. I absolutely don't agree with it. And that also goes in with the Q-comp piece too.
Yes.
This is your first bite of the apple, You get another bite of the apple on December 9th when the truth and taxation hearing will take place. And that, you can always lower any amount that's on here. You're not required to do.
Go away. Back away from me.
Okay.
Social distancing. Well, you're wearing a mask. Laura's being very disruptive.
Okay, put the signs down, please.
They were wearing their buttons.
Put the signs down, please.
And the buttons too?
Put the signs down.
And the political buttons as well?
Okay, those people with your signs up, please leave now. Leave now. And if you don't, I have an officer right behind you. This is trespassing if you don't leave after you've been told to leave.
Who's got a sign up? What's the statute on that? Because there's not a statute that says you can't have a sign in a public building. Your lawyer might advise you, but there's not a statute.
We are banning it. We are banning signs. We have the right to ban.
It's not a statute. You can't
Yes, we
do
do.
that.
Yes, we do.
I've got my lawyer here. He's listening.
Oh, how interesting.
Well, it's good that you want to engage me now. You didn't want to engage us before.
That's, okay, please.
Mary, stop.
Gather up the signs, put them to the side, please.
They're down. You said they have to be down. Now you want to dictate where they go. They're down, Bev.
Chair, can we please call a recess?
What about the political buttons?
All of you people with the signs over there, put them to the side, or you're going to be leaving. So that they can't be seen. Put them to the side so they can't be seen. Yep, thank you, Sandy. Appreciate it. All right, thank you very much. We're going to continue on with our business meeting, if you guys don't mind. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, where were we? Director Sherman.
I appreciate the detail in this. And I appreciate the recommendation. I just want to clarify, and I know this is going back, but I just want to clarify, because I understood Brookview and other projects are coming out of the capital budget, not long-term facility maintenance. Is that correct? I just want to make sure, because that's been stated now a couple times.
There is 75,000 on long-term.
Right,
facility,
on the
but
pond
there's a
drainage.
long-term facility maintenance project that has to be done next summer. And the work scope, there's the earthwork contractor on site to do the project. So they're gonna do the addition project and the long-term.
So it would have been done
facility
anyway.
project. There's one of the
Okay.
ponds that isn't draining properly. So that part of the pond draining is gonna be paid out of long-term facility maintenance.
Okay.
Just that part only, not the addition, just the storm pond work that needs to be done.
Okay, thank you. I would like to call the question.
Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the preliminary property tax levy 2021 payable 2022. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tyne. All right, next item on our agenda is the school board goals. We discussed this at our last meeting. And I had asked directors to contact me if they had any further input after we had our discussion, and I didn't hear from anyone. I would like to move that we adopt the school board goals for 2021 to 2022. Is there a second? Director Sherman, discussion. Director Riley.
I have a problem with a lot of this. And I didn't get to email you because I actually didn't get to sit down and really work on this until today and yesterday. And, you know, this initial meeting was held when I was out of town, and I asked for my words to be read, which you declined, about my thoughts on this. And then the last meeting, there was some progress. I don't have an issue with the goals, but I have an issue with some of these strategies and your measurements and how you're gonna monitor. You know, increase community and trust and engagement. I asked on this last meeting, and in there we have, you know, implement superintendent search, and then improve board collaboration and conduct. That, I asked what that meant, and it was not clarified what that meant. I actually went back and reviewed it. It was told at that time that it was a common theme throughout the meeting, which actually, Director Sherman, you lied to me. It was not a common theme. You were the one who wrote it, and you were it was the only one that was put on the board. And the fact that you can't clarify what that means, to me.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry,
Director Riley has the floor.
So to me, if that can't be clear on what you mean by improved board collaboration and conduct, I can't support that, because you had the opportunity to clarify that at the time, and you did not, actually. And the other points around that were not of that topic. You know, we're becoming less transparent, not more transparent. Our meetings are less transparent. And I kind of talked about a lot of this last meeting. And, you know, just on the principle, this isn't a consensus. There isn't something for everybody in here, and consensus isn't everybody, but there's got to be some buy-in. And this ended up really just being, you know, the two of you that kind of put this together, and I don't agree with it. You talk about the levy in here and the strategies and work to pass the operating levy. I've already voted against the levy, and I can reread my reasons why if you want to. Otherwise, you can just go back and review the August 12th meeting, and you can see those there. But
is there a change to the motion?
This isn't good. We don't have policies concerning achievement, right? That's how you want to increase academic achievement for all. And then how you're going to measure success, you're going to review and update the 600 series education policies, but how is that measuring? We already have statutes in place of what we're required to do, and that isn't increasing our rates. So I just think more work needs to be done on our strategies and our measuring of success and progress.
I think that the reason why these are here is that you're talking about increased student achievement for all students. I mean, it's what we can do to try to make that happen. There's a lot that we can't do as a board. And so we try to, in our work with the consultant, we tried to come up with things that were board goals that we could try to achieve. And so if we align policies, you know, if they're aligned to best practice, that's one of the best things that we can do to guide the district toward the idea of achieving better student achievement. And also, if you look at, you know, if you look under strategies, you have like 3 bullet points there, and then how you will measure success is over in the right-hand column. They do tend to track each other. And so, like, if you're looking under increased community trust and engagement, the second one, improve board collaboration and conduct. Well, the measurement of that is completing and reviewing the changes to Policy Series 200, which addresses collaboration and board conduct. So, I mean, that is, it just goes from one goal to the conclusion, but they all have to be geared toward what we as a board can accomplish ourselves.
Right, that wasn't a common thread, though, in the meeting.
Well, okay, Director Sherman.
We've had lots of time to discuss this, Chair. We've had opportunities laid out to contribute to improving the document. If there isn't a specific change to the motion on the table, I would like to vote. I haven't heard anyone other than Director Riley at this point, and I wish that you had taken the opportunity to collaborate with the chair. I think it's obvious that improved board collaboration and conduct is a theme that I'm hearing about through the community and experiencing at this board table. So it did come through.
That feels
and so
very
I would like
targeted.
to just, I mean, I don't know if Dr. Porbini would like to speak.
Director Parvini.
Thank you very much. I think Director Onkin's letter speaks to this as well. It was something that was discussed. Members of the community were here when we talked about our goals. There was clear transparency, and we all agreed it's clear. These are goals, and the process of achieving those goals are right there. And the measurements in terms of what those outcomes will look like are right there. I don't think these are things that we need to sit here and fight over. Everyone were participants in the process. The consultants that was here that helped us through was right here. Nothing was hidden. We all agreed to this and agreed that we need some change. We need some collaboration on the board. I think the last couple of weeks has shown that we truly, really need those kinds of collaboration for us to work well. I'm not sure what's wrong with that statement as a goal for us. And I think as long as we're all willing to support that process, except maybe if you don't like that collaboration is necessary, but we feel that it's necessary for the growth of our community, but also the growth of our students. So it's important that we look at that as part of our working relationship to be able to achieve those goals. So it was something that we all agreed on. So indicating there was lack of transparency in the process, I think it's unfair because it was right here in front of everyone. We did this right in front of everyone, and we all agreed to this. Maybe not you, but I'm just saying that it's something that is necessary. We all want to be able to collaborate. We all want to work for the betterment of our children in this community, but also we all want to work for the togetherness of our community so we can better serve our students that so many of you have invested in. So I really don't think that this is something we should sit here and quarrel over. It's definitely not necessary.
I didn't think the
Director
transparency
Hockert?
of this was.
Thank
Director
you.
Hockert, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Director Porbini. Looking over the document and kind of going through what we have discussed both at our work sessions and in some of our previous work sessions with Paula Forbes. There were a couple that you were not in attendance for.
That didn't include
and-
this.
No, it didn't, but that was something that
Yeah.
we definitely talked about, was our board collaboration and conduct, that was something that we were discussing in depth, and then that then carried over into our discussion of our board goals. So that definitely has been something that we have discussed in depth, and I do appreciate that all of the goals, and particularly the measures of success, were intentionally designed to be things that the board itself can actually carry out. And in a main job of the board is that governance and oversight, that we need to set the policies of the district for the administration and for our families in the district, quite honestly, and then oversee that those policies are being implemented. So I very much am pleased with the document that is presented with us tonight because each of these goals has policy identified as one of the main areas to focus on in moving forward with these goals.
Director Riley?
In my opinion, this is very vague and very weak. I really, for me, student achievement has been number one since I campaigned for this and prior to that. I don't see that result coming from these policies. And two, when we've had 2 work sessions with Ms. Forbes. The one was scheduled when I was out of town, and that one was on school board goals, and then the last one that she had that I was at, those were all based on the Post-its, and so it wasn't a common thread in those particular meetings. So that was only one Post-it that was on the board at that time. So I disagree with you, and you can have your opinion and I can have mine, but I'm not a fan of these goals. I think they're very weak.
Director Sherman?
I would like to say that I hope that we can get to a place with this board that we can work together, and that, for example, that when we are asking for feedback, when it's a report, that we're not waiting to play gotcha at an action item. I would like to call the question. Nobody is saying anything new anymore.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. All right. It has been moved and seconded that we adopt the school board goals for 2021, 2022. All those in favor, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is the resolution to establish the procedure and schedule to fill one school board vacancy by appointment. And this is the seat that was vacated by Director Onken. Whereas school board member Matt Onken resigned his office on the school board effective September 17th, 2021. And whereas effective September 17th, 2021, one vacancy exists on the school board due to the resignation of Matt Onken. And whereas the term of the vacant position expires on the first Monday in January 2025. And whereas Minnesota statutes sections 123B.09 subdivision 5B requires that the vacant school board position be filled by appointment by the school board, which appointment will continue until an individual is qualified under Minnesota statutes section 205A.10 subdivision 3 as the successful candidate in a special election conducted for the purpose of electing an individual to serve the unexpired portion of the term of the current vacancy. Now therefore be it resolved by the School Board of Independent School District number 834 as follows. The school board hereby declares that a vacancy exists in the office of school board member. The school board will therefore appoint an individual to serve on the school board until a successor is elected by special election to be held not later than the first Tuesday following the first Monday in November following the vacancy, unless otherwise dictated by statute. The school district will place a statement on the school district's website announcing that a vacancy exists on the school board and that individuals interested in being considered for appointment may submit an application, which will be available on the website on September 24th, 2021. The school board authorizes the school board secretary to accept applications from individuals interested in appointment to the vacant school board position beginning on September 24th, 2021 at noon and ending on October 1st, 2021 at 3 p.m. A special school board meeting shall be held to interview all eligible individuals who have submitted complete applications for the board position, and the board will identify the applicants to recommend for appointment at the school board's next regular meeting. The appointment to the vacant position shall be made at the school board's regular meeting by resolution adopted by a simple majority vote of a quorum of the school board and entered into the minutes. The appointment shall be effective on the 31st day following the school board's resolution making the appointment, absent receipt of a valid petition rejecting the appointee in compliance with the requirements under Minnesota statutes 123B.09 subdivision 5BB. I move that we adopt this resolution. Is there a second? Director Porbeni. I would just like to note that we have a tentative schedule about how this is going to play out. So as mentioned in the resolution, tomorrow, we will start accepting applications tomorrow. We will accept them until October 1st. We will potentially have a special meeting on October 5th to conduct interviews. We are still trying to figure out availability of school board members for that meeting, so I want to emphasize that that is tentative at this moment. On October 7th, we hope to appoint a successor by resolution at the regular board meeting. November 8th would correspond with the 30-day period for the petition. And November 18th, we would seat the successor and administer the oath of office. And again, this is tentative, but that is the schedule that we hope to follow. Discussion? Director Sherman.
Just a question on the post application on website, and this is probably more for administration. Will that go in, I'm assuming that always goes in newsletters, and is there a process? Because I know the last window was so small because of the upcoming election and everything. Is there any more effort going to be made to kind of reach out to community members who may be interested?
What we have typically done is, yes, post something in the newsletter, and it is on our school board website, so people will be able to find it there tomorrow.
Okay.
And this will be posted for a week, where the other one was shorter. So this will be longer.
Which is nice. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, Joan, can you call the roll, please?
Yes.
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 Me? Yes. Thank you. Put the signs to the side, please, as I directed earlier. Put the signs down and to the side, or you will be asked to leave. Put the signs to the side, please. Those of you with signs there, please leave the meeting. Melinda, can you call the police department, please?
So I can't take a sign away from somebody?
No, I have asked them to leave.
Okay, so, yep, we can't force them to leave the property. The most we can do here is end the meeting. If there's gonna be an issue, I can't force them to leave public property, and I can't take their signs away. Okay?
Pardon me? What? I can't hear you. We still have business to discuss. Okay, all right, well, we will finish our business here. Okay, the next item on the agenda is a resolution appointing election judges for the November 2nd, 2021 election. Pursuant to due call and notice thereof, a special meeting of the School Board of Independent School District Number 834, State of Minnesota, was duly held. Oh, wait a minute. Excuse me. All right, the resolution appointing election judges. And I just want to point out that this is added to the agenda today because we just found out mid-afternoon the information that we needed to be able to put into the resolution to be able to bring this forward. And we need to do it today because otherwise it was going to be difficult for us to make this election go forward in November. Be it resolved by the School Board of Independent School District Number 834, State of Minnesota, as follows. The individuals specified on Exhibit A attached hereto, each of whom is qualified to serve as an election judge, are hereby appointed as judges of election for the school district special elections on November 2nd, 2021, to act as such at the polling places and combined polling places listed on said exhibit. Any individuals not specified on Exhibit A to be placed as a replacement or as additional election judges needed up to and including the day of the election shall be appointed at that time. The election judges shall act as clerks of election, count the ballots cast, and submit the results to the school board for canvass in the manner provided for other school district elections. The motion for the adoption of the foregoing resolution was duly seconded. Okay, the roll call vote. All right, so I'm going to move that we adopt this resolution for the election judges for the November election. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Director Hockert. Any discussion? Okay, Joan, can you call the roll, please?
Director Haggard?
Yes.
Director Porbini?
Yes.
Director Riley?
Yes.
Director Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Petrie? Chair Petrie?
Yes.
You have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda, A is minutes of September 7th emergency meeting. B is minutes of September 9th closed session. C is minutes of September 9th business meeting. D is disbursement register. E is accept gifts and donations. F is first choice pediatric home care. G is Marsh and McLennan Agency workers' compensation renewal. H is Stillwater Middle School gym floor replacement. I is Human Resources Personnel Report. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda? Director Sherman, is there a second?
Second.
Director Hockert. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. We move on to reports. Transportation update.
Chair Petrie and Board Directors, I'm going to give people just a minute to get ready for this. We have Director Drummerhausen, and then we have some members of CISO. We have Sarah Hool, Nikki Pengarel, and Amanda willing to work with our district. Next one. So this is a transportation update, and as we presented at a previous meeting, our focus will be on available drivers on routes based on priorities. Our first priority will be students living within the, living 2 miles or further from schools, students with disabilities who require specialized transportation, and others required by law to transport. Our second priority will be to transport students within the 2 miles and others who do not have statutory right to transport. We will need to reroute buses to create neighborhood hubs for efficiency and to maximize all of the routes. And we're going to also be considering start and end times for this. So where we are right now, currently we have 3 tiers. Our earliest tier, or tier 1, buses are transporting students from Stillwater Area High School, the Alternative Learning Center that's housed at the high school, Stillwater Middle School, and Oakland Middle School. Tier 2, our second route, that's all of our elementary schools. And Tier 3 are the charter and non-publics. So right now, we exceed state's transportation requirements of 2 miles with elementary. We transport all students living a half mile and out. Secondary is 1 mile and out. And then we also provide transportation for our gate students. We operate a 3-tier bus system with Tier 1 has the largest number of routes. And that's, again, the high school, the ALC, Stillwater Middle, and Oakland Middle. So option 1, to meet our statutory requirements, we know that busing may not be available for students living within 2 miles of their school. We do have a plan for routing families within the 2 miles when we do have enough bus drivers. Busing may also not be available for our gate students that are housed out of Stillwater Middle School. And we need to create neighborhood hubs. Secondary students may have to walk further to bus stops. And we may need to increase ride times for some of our secondary students. The timeline for doing this will be Friday, September 24th. Families living within 2 miles of school will be notified that busing may not be available. And we use a system called Versatrans that will make those identifications. On Monday, October 4th, if we go with this option, new bus routes, pickup drop-off times, all that information will be sent out to families. And then this would begin on Monday, October 11th. The new routes would be implemented. We do know with this, at this time, if we do just this, we will still be short at least a couple of buses. And so we still would not be able to provide transportation for all students living outside of that 2 mile mark. Is there anything I've missed so far that you'd like to add?
No, I think we're there.
Okay. So our option 2 that we are now considering, which would mean even bigger changes, and I would like to preface this with saying we know there aren't any quick fixes with this and there aren't any great choices, but we're trying to move forward with what is required by law. So option 2 meets state requirements, and we would have to adjust the tiers and start times. Busing may not be available for students living within 2 miles of school. That's the same as option 1. Also, may not be able to provide transportation for all gate students. And adjusting, and this is just a draft. We need time, and I know CISO's been working tirelessly. Routes, again, routing for a school district before a school year usually takes the entire 3 months during that summer break, and we are asking them to do this in a matter of weeks. This is a proposal that, again, is a draft because we still need to look at routes. Tier 1, Stillwater Area High School, the ALC Bridge Transitions, that's housed here in our Oak Park building. Stillwater Middle School, their start-end times might change from where they are now to 7:15 a.m. to 1:45 p.m. Tier 2 would be a big change for Oakland Middle School. They would be added to the elementary school's time, so start and end time would be 8:45 to 3:15 p.m. And then Tier 3 would be charters and non-publics. We know with this big of a change, it's quite disruptive with lunch times, student supervision, and childcare times, athletics and activities, and we do have a lot of shared staffing between those schools, so a lot would need to be adjusted with this. The timeline would be Friday, September 24th. All of the families living within the 2 miles of school would be notified that busing may not be available. Alternative transportation would be needed. On Wednesday, October 27th, new bus routes and pickup drop-off times would be sent to families. And then Wednesday, November 3rd, new routes and start and end times would be implemented. This option 2 will take longer to route than option 1. So the athletics, activities, and charters, middle school athletics and activities, we are needing to cancel all away contests for fall. We are not able to find enough charters, and what we have found that the charters that are available are have been exponentially increased in price. We will work with other schools to see if they're able to travel to us for events. And the high school athletics and activities, student athletes are finding their own way to events when charters are not available. We are simply saying the transportation cannot be provided to these events. We are also advertising for bus drivers, and I have the poster right here that is going out to our community, and more information is also available on our website. Okay, we will also continue to recruit drivers as best we can. We will encourage coaches to obtain a license to drive buses for their sports teams. This is new. We are exploring this option and finding out what it would take to have them do this, because we do not believe that this will improve by springtime. We're hopeful, but there's no guarantee, so we want to try and support the athletics and activities, and also explore options for district staff to also drive a bus if we could shift schedules with some of our different employee groups and see if that might be something that staff would be interested in. Also brand new, we are trying to work on communication with our families. We know how important that is, and that's been a frustration for many. So on our website, we now have a bus update page where if we know of late buses or buses that are unable to pick up routes, we will be posting that and updating it continually. And then we know parents and families have a lot of concerns. We do have a new transportation form that people can fill out and submit to the district. So we make sure that we know and we're hearing from everyone when there is an issue. Chris, I don't know if that's a live link or that we can go into that at all to show the form.
It's not on here. I can pull it up if you need me to.
Okay, if you can do that. It's right here on our website. We can go into the form. And Carissa, do we know what, is this live now? Okay, so this is live now. Families can fill this out with any concerns and then submit that. Okay. Thank you. And with that, I think we're open to any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Director Sherman?
Related to the second option, when you're talking about start times, can you talk about, does that option where Oakland Middle School starts second, is there a way to, how do I say this, I like the idea of our secondary schools starting a little bit later. I know that's been something that the board has discussed in the past. So if we're gonna use this crisis for any kind of potential positive, it might be to see how that works for families, if we have no choice. But I know we get the questions, what about tier 3? And making any change to tier 3 that could help instead of impacting tier 1 and tier 2. Can you guys talk about what options or CISO that may exist? Because that would probably be the preferred option, would be to.
So I can speak to that. So tier 1 is where we have the most buses. That's why we have to move one of those aligned schools that we currently have out of tier 1 to make the difference in buses, the number of buses we need.
Okay, so it's tier 1, moving to a tier 1 to a 2 or a 3.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, we have to make a move out of our current tier 1 to alleviate some of the bus need.
And then just a quick follow-up, how did you select Oakland Middle School as potentially being that school? I know it's, this is all working on it and it's just an idea, but.
So that was based on the number of routes that service Oakland.
Okay.
With doing the change to 2 miles and what we're able to kind of cut back in that tier 2 gives us space to then move Oakland. In the afternoon, we have, some of those combined bus rides. And with the proximity of the high school and Stillwater Middle to each other, keeping them aligned allows us to continue to have those combined afternoon routes to, again, just reduce the total number of buses needed.
Okay, and then I know there's been questions, if you could explain, there have been some inquiries about a 4th tier, and there were issues with that.
Yep, and the problem with the 4th tier is how late it runs. We have bus drivers that have committed to a certain time frame of their day, and this will, if we add a 4th tier, it's basically a 10 to 6, right? And then, yeah, so we're not getting bus drivers back to the bus garage till 7 p.m., and we don't have a commitment from that we've received yet from drivers that want to work that late into the evening.
Director Hockert?
Thank you. I guess I'm on the same slide as Director Sherman. With the tier 3, the charters and non-publics, what time is that tier 3? And how many buses are we running in that tier? And is there an option to drop, to play, is tier 3 in play at all, or is it purely just tiers 1 and 2?
To make an impact, we have to move things out of tier 1. So, one of those tier 1 schools that we currently have needs to drop into tier 2, would be, it's the next, or we can drop them into tier 3. We have to make a change in tier 1.
What is the time frame of tier 3?
It is
busing.
Roughly 9 a.m. to 4 p.m.
9 to 4.
Give or take 15 to 20 minutes, depending on the building.
Okay.
So my question, what sort of shape would we be in if we had option 2 as opposed to option 1? It sounded to me like what Superintendent Lansfeld was saying is that even if we did option 1, we would still be short how many buses?
We're still short at least right now 2 buses, we think. We're still, fine tuning our option 1. That's where we started with. But that's still short 2 buses to start.
And that's if every bus driver is well, not sick, everything's a go.
We currently have our shop and office staff driving to help reduce the driver shortage we're going through. So coming into winter months, drivers will get sick, and we will want to make sure our mechanics, a couple, are at least in the garage, because if we have a breakdown. We can't have our students sitting on a bus in the winter. So those are things that we need to be mindful of. We aren't solving it with option one to start, and then if we start having more of a bus driver shortage than we do currently, we're gonna continue to have more routes not ran.
So what we're concerned about, if we do go with option one, which is less disruptive than option two, we're concerned that in 3-4 weeks, we might be right back here asking to go to option two and then have to change everything again. Option two, can you tell us a little bit about how many buses we will have with that as a guesstimate? This is just a guess.
So we're currently at 79 is in a current normal routing, year. This, if we go with option two, will potentially reduce our buses to about 60 for our general ed buses.
60?
60, yeah.
From 79.
From 79. So we're
In tier one.
hopefully reducing 19 of them is our guess right now. Where we're at. One thing that was mentioned too is the times that are set there. Our hope would be to bring those closer to what the current times are, but we're working through that right now, so.
Director Sherman.
So and I know, again, this is, I know the administration wants to bring ideas as soon as possible so that families have time to prepare for, what possible scenarios could be coming. Is there any plan has anyone reached out to Oakland Middle School staff? Has that even had time to happen to families? Maybe, could we do a survey? Could we see what, I'm not at Oakland Middle School, so I don't know what the ramifications might be, but I know that there are probably families that do.
Any option that we take, there's going to be big ramifications for a lot of families. We were able to, this is happening in real time too, because again, what usually takes 3 months, we're trying to do in a few weeks. So we were able to connect with secondary principals today, and they were going to try and connect with staff at least to give them this information to know that this is just, it's a draft. We don't know, would like to have some type of indication from the board tonight on which direction to move. If we do decide to do option two, we would need to immediately start with the routing to even get it to this point. Historically, with permanent start and end times, the board has approved that. This is hopefully temporary, and we would be asking, would propose holding a special meeting next week, maybe by next Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on when we could get it posted, just to ask for the board to give us authorization to make needed changes, such as combining routes, changing start and end times, whatever we need to do to try and put this into place and still keep the board informed.
Director Probani.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. I think I'd like to follow up with a question Director Sherman just asked. Were the principals in all of the schools involved in the changes that is being presented here today?
They were not involved in putting this together because it's all trying to reroute buses, and that's not what they do, but we did bring them in to let them know that this would be a proposal today.
I know it's not, I know it's about buses, but we're also talking about start time, and that impacts the schools. So.
What we would like to do, we have a meeting scheduled on Monday to continue this. We want to give CISO some more time tomorrow and this weekend to try and pull things together with more information. We would meet Monday with them and then meet with administrators on Tuesday, and then try and bring information out to staff and families about which way we're going to move forward with whatever plan we decide to move with. And again, there's no easy solution or quick fix with this. This is very difficult, and this is going to be very disruptive, but we need to provide transportation within the statutory requirements.
I do understand that, but in terms of the start time and the school is adjusting to the start time, that's where, that was the reason I asked if they were involved in the first place, because it's important for them to be a part of it. Then they'll be able to tell you maybe the high schools probably need to start later, or, because I see that there's some elementary schools here that are starting at 8:45. We have middle school, Stillwater Middle School starting at 7:15. So, I mean, I know she explained why that's the case, but the start time is also very important for the schools in terms of their ability to adjust and prepare. And so that's the reason why the initial process of engaging them in, as part of the decision-making would have been more important than you bring it to us instead of after the fact. So that was just, I just wanted to get some clarity there.
Yeah, and-
8:45 is pretty late. Maybe that would have been better for the high school students, I don't know, or maybe middle school, but not elementary school. So that balance will be there for each one of them, so.
And again, this is just a draft, and we do want to bring people together. There's just within the confines of these parameters, there's not going to be a lot of options. I know people have talked about the high school starting later. This is not the kind of situation or circumstances where we have a lot of time to try and pull stuff like this off. So.
I just have a question. So you said that with this plan, under option 2, you would go from like 79 buses down to 60. Did you consider doing the elementary schools on that earlier schedule and then the high school later? Would that have the same effect or not?
We were just slightly talking about that. It's something that we could look at. I think the way that things are paired, as far as high school, Stillwater Middle, and then Oakland along with the elementaries, just to help balance numbers out in the tiers, that pairing needs to stay. We could possibly explore the option of flip-flopping tier 1 and tier 2. So Oakland and the elementaries being an earlier start time, with the high school and Stillwater Middle being on that second tier. Our biggest struggle and the reason for that bell time change is we need that time to get from the high school or from Stillwater Middle School down to these southern ends of the district down in Afton and get those students and make that turnaround time. Something else that just kind of came up today is they said these times are not set in stone. We have flexibility of maybe the first tier moves 10 minutes up and we shift tiers 2 and 3 10 or 15 minutes later. The main goal here is we need to lengthen the gap between tier 1 and tier 2 to allow more time to run those buses and actually fill them to capacity. Because more often than not, we are hitting time constraints before we're hitting capacity restraints.
And then I can add too, we've been really going through option 1 the last week here, and that was our first option. But as we get through it more, we're not going to solve the problem. Like we said, we still have at least 2 buses that we won't be able to, we don't have drivers for them currently because of the driver shortage. So that's when option 2 really in the last couple of days has had to be something we really started exploring. So yeah, we can look at some of the moving that tier 1 or the tier 2 that's currently listed to a tier 1.
But then one of the concerns that we have with elementary schools, if you flip them last minute like we're having to do during the start of a school year and shifting them that early, then you have concerns of childcare after school. That's quite a long time for those students where the secondary students are a little bit more independent. So that's just something to consider too when it's last minute like this, when we have to make changes so quick.
Okay, thank you. Director Hockert.
Actually, I was going to ask about that childcare because I was thinking the other way, that it might be helpful to have the elementary school kids, they get up a lot earlier than those high schoolers. And I know that a lot of working parents are struggling at the beginning of the school day who maybe hadn't planned for childcare, that now have lost their bus and needed drop them off earlier. So it could actually help families if they did have that earlier drop-off time, if they are losing their bus, unfortunately. So I actually do really like the idea of switching and having those elementary kids go a little bit earlier, and then maybe moving the secondary kids to that second tier. If we could just explore that option and see if it works, great. And I guess my general question, kind of overarching, I'm trying to figure out what is kind of the problem-solving process that was taken to come up with particularly solution two? I mean, you're kind of hitting on it a little bit, that in the last couple days you've realized that we're still short 2 buses. But I'm trying to figure out what are the factors driving this suggestion of having secondary early, elementary a little bit later, and then the charters don't really, not much happens to them. Is it like activities, trying to keep those high school activities? Is it high school schedule? I'm not sure kind of what were the factors that were
I think
coming to
really
the top.
is what's less impactful, like not impacting our youngest students really is kind of some of that consideration and alleviating that tier 1. How can we, our biggest thing is tier 1. We have to alleviate some buses there. And that's really how we started working through this option too.
So this plan only changes the tier for Oakland Middle School versus if you switch the elementary schools, because right now they're currently at tier 2, it would be taking and impacting every elementary school family in moving them earlier. We went for what is the least disruptive to the smallest amount of people, which is why we looked at just moving one school versus flipping all of them. We did look at if we could just do the high school instead of Oakland Middle School, and they have too many buses. So it wouldn't solve our problem, because they're at about 15 more buses than Oakland Middle School is.
We also considered a third option, which would be to place some schools in distance learning, but we just learned from MDE, the commissioner sent out a letter just this week saying that that is not an option for transportation concerns.
Thank you. Director Riley.
I have a little bit different response than my colleagues here. Good job. I think this is good work. You know, we have things that happen at the high school with activities, athletics, jobs, all kinds of things where it's hard for them to stay at the building longer. And it seems like it's just such a little fluctuation. It's not a huge fluctuation and a huge disruption. I like what I see. I know and it's not gonna get any better. I know I have a granddaughter in another district over in Anoka Hennepin, and they have drivers not showing up, to the school to pick them up at 5 o'clock. So it's absolutely everywhere. It's not gonna get better. I think you need to be aggressive in your response and in our path moving forward, because we need to better it now and not prolong it. But this seems like there's, like you said, there's very less that are impacted than more, and that's always a benefit. And like I said, good job. I appreciate the work you've done.
Director Sherman.
I'm just curious on, because I actually, I mean, I know it's a horrible situation, and I know that families are being put in a terrible situation. You are all working around the clock. I remember past conversations with board, and I'm a little bit more in agreement with Director Riley here in terms of, I mean, if we have to have a situation like this, we have talked about taking secondary and having a little bit later start time. I mean, we might be able to get some learning from this that could help drive that decision. I know I would have to revisit those conversations, but I know it's been a discussion before, and Director Riley might have more recollection on that. I think you were on the board at that time. I just am curious, because Stillwater High School is closer to Stillwater Middle School. Did you look at that? Was there not enough buses, or, I know that you're trying to condense and get a bus. You mentioned getting a bus all the way down to kind of the south end of the district, and Stillwater Middle is closer to the high school. Was there a reason to not pick that middle school?
So it had to do with the number of buses needed to service the particular school.
Okay.
North or south, it doesn't matter,
Okay.
really. At the end of the day, to get a bus from the high school, and whether you're going all the way north to Marine or you're going all the way south to Afton, it takes time.
Right.
And
right.
to make that round trip and pick students up, it was all it's based on numbers and trying to balance the number of routes in each tier to lower it as much as possible.
So Stillwater Middle School had 2 more routes than Oakland Middle School. So moving, we would have been at 62. So that's in our mind, that's 2 buses. That's 2 drivers.
Right,
2 drivers.
you want to be able to,
Yeah.
I feel like if we're gonna, if this is something that you're gonna explore and consider, which I guess, I mean, you know, knowing that tier 3, changes to tier 3 don't really do anything for us. 'Cause,
It
I mean,
doesn't
my
impact
first
us.
preference would be to, you know, to address it on a tier 3 level, but with that not being an option, I just want to make sure that, I mean, you don't know what you don't know. And so I think if we know potential pitfalls, that option, that the Oakland Middle School, starting with elementaries, could cause, we might be able to kind of come up and troubleshoot some of the parent concerns, some of the staff concerns. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they are, but I just feel like if we can engage, you know, we talk a lot about engaging, and I just feel like we need to find a way to engage with those families and get their hesitation. Maybe they'll respond positively to the change. I really don't know. But we're kind of out of options.
Superintendent Lansdale.
So we are on a very tight timeline. So if we are going to explore other options, different than what we've proposed tonight, we will probably have to shift that timeline. Because every option we look at is going to take a significant amount of time to explore.
I have a question about the longevity of this. Is this intended to be for the rest of the year? Or what happens if the economy changes, or something changes and all of a sudden we have sufficient bus drivers? What happens then?
Yeah, our goal would be to get back to how it is now, because we know how much our families depend on the transportation that we have promised, with the half-mile mark for elementary students and the 1 mile mark for the secondary. We would like to get back to normal as soon as possible. We just cannot predict when that will be. So for this, at this time, we would like to implement an option that would be that we would have the ability to consistently carry through for a longer period of time if necessary. And we would continue to monitor this. If we feel confident that we're at a place where we can switch back, then we would bring it back to the board and present that information. But right now, we're just trying to provide safe, efficient, stable transportation for the families. And right now, it's with the 2 miles and out with the statutory requirement.
So you need from us tonight, what do you need from us tonight?
We need an indication on what option you would be leaning towards. And then I would recommend, there's no statutory requirement for a board to approve the change in start times, but this is a really big deal and I want to be transparent with our community. And I would propose a special meeting next week just to bring this forward and to have the board give us authorization to make some of these necessary changes during this time.
Can you state again what the current start times are?
Do you have those for schools?
High school's at 7:40. Both middle schools are at 7:50. All the elementary schools are at 8:45.
Okay, thank you.
And it would be our goal to look at this draft and see if we can get these times closer to the current start and end times.
Yeah, we even started playing with things today even, and are hopeful we can move them closer to their current times. Unfortunately, we can't route both these options at the same time. So we need to pick one and really go for it. So that's when we're already working on option 1, and that's not going to solve our problem. We know that. And if our shortage gets worse, we will have to do option 2 in the future. So what one can we pick and have it be what we do for a while until we gain bus drivers is really our goal right now. So.
Director Barbani.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. What is option 1 again?
I'm sorry, what?
What is option 1?
So our first option was to, we have to meet state statute, we have to bus students outside of the 2 miles. So we had been hopeful that we could reduce enough buses by just using that option, and we can't we need to get to about 14 buses, reduced by 14 buses, and we're getting to 12 is where we are now. So, and that's 14 buses short right now with our mechanics and our office staff currently driving. So we have no room for anyone to call in sick, so.
So I'm just kind of wondering why it's here, I'm just wondering why the option is here at all, if it's not going to work. So we really don't have any options, but just one.
Well, that was our hopeful option, but as we're getting closer, we can't predict, we couldn't predict if this was gonna solve it until we really started routing it. And we're getting to the last day, even today, we were looking through it, and it as of now, with the shortage we have, it doesn't seem like an option that will be sustainable for months if we start having sick drivers or anything like that. So, none of them are great options, but now we have to look at another option, and that does require us to move bell times.
Could there have been an option 3? Could there have been an option 3?
Option 3.
No, option 3 would be to go into distance learning with some of the schools, but that is no longer an option because MDE just sent out that notification to all districts that we are unable to do that for transportation issues.
So we really don't have any options then?
No, we just need more bus drivers would be the best, so.
Director Sherman?
Thank you.
If you could go back to the start times, because I think my other concern is just, we're taking high school, which we know, so I'm optimistic when you say that we could get closer to that 7:40, because we already know in our high school, we get a lot of feedback that it's too early for our older students. They need that sleep. They need to, to be able to perform. And so I worry about moving it to an earlier start day for ALC, for Stillwater High School, Bridge transitions, and the middle school. It's just, I don't know how much closer you think you can get it, but.
We're hoping a lot closer, but until we do the work, we can't really give a for sure, so.
Right. I mean, that would be one of my major concerns, would just be the more we can get it closer, because I just hesitate to go earlier knowing the community conversations that we've had. And, if anything we've discussed as a district is taking our secondary to later, not earlier. So that's a big downside for me on this plan.
Yeah, and we really started working at today is, can we move to tier 2 and tier 3 back? Even move, we're at a 7:40 right now, so if we did 10 minutes in the beginning, so we started them at a 7:30 and then moved our second tier back 10 minutes. We have to hit a sweet spot so we can have the time in between tier 1 and 2 to get our buses between the tiers. So it's playing with those times to see if we kind of move both sides and find what works, so we don't have the greatest impact at the beginning. This was initial times that we know this time would work, but can we do better? That's our goal.
So I guess my feedback would be the tier 1 starting earlier. That doesn't appeal to me. So the more we can get that to at least the current start time, which is already too early for a lot of people. I get the not impacting the fewest number. But I would like to know from staff and from families, what are the potential ramifications at Oakland Middle School for a delay, for moving them to a different start time? Because I don't know what those are. I'm not a staff member, I'm not a family at Oakland Middle School. And then also just looking at, obviously I think our first obligation is to meet the needs of our students. So how can tier 3, and it sounds like they can't, but is there anything within tier 3 that can be done creatively within reason to try to help?
We don't have anything that will be impactful to do anything to tier 3. Adding a 4th tier and just shifting everybody would have been it, but we don't.
But with buses.
We don't have the commitment to have that 4th tier, so we'd just probably be creating the same problem we have right now. So our initial goal was to be the least the least amount of students impacted in schools. So if we just moved one school you know, it unfortunately, one school had to be moved instead of, if we would have looked at flipping what you're saying and starting, we would be starting all of tier one in the tier two spot. We're adjusting all of our students then. So that was just not a goal we had.
Just to reiterate, some of the biggest concerns with this would be, besides changing the time, would be the shared staff that we have between schools. So some schedules would have to be adjusted, or we might have to possibly provide different staffing for some of these classes that are already running. We know we would have to probably adjust lunchtime at Oakland Middle School specifically, if not others with this change, because it would be in my opinion, too early, which might again change schedules. And then with Oakland Middle School ending at 3:15, we would have to look at the activities and athletics after school and make some adjustments that way, in addition to that childcare need.
I think that Director Proveni probably said it a little bit ago, and that is, there isn't much of a choice here. Option number one does not solve our problem. And so some version of option two is probably what we're going to have to go with. And, you know, I think that you've heard concerns here about such an early start for the high school, and so whatever magic you can perform that might help with that would be much appreciated. And the other thing is that I just want to say thank you, because I know that you have been working around the clock to try to solve this problem for us, and I know you just put a lot of time and heart and soul into it, and I truly appreciate it. Just wanted to say that. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on our agenda is the construction payment process. Mr. Drummerhausen?
Good evening again, Chair Petrie and members of the board. This report is just a brief overview of our payment process for our construction projects. There's been some questions in the past, so just kind of have a brief conversation about it. Again, I'm inviting John Hunick from Kraus Anderson and Paul Aplikowski from Wold Architects here. Will be talking about some of the slides here on after. But just kind of looking at a big picture is the board approves the project and establishes the budget from the offset. And then once that's established, we go out for bids. They bring the vendor contracts or those bids here to the board. They get approved with the bids, and then the payments or the disbursements then are payments back to individual contractors, back to those individual bids that were awarded on bid day here at the board level. Now, getting into more detail, I'll turn over to John here to talk about just the specific plans and the different checks and balances in between our construction payment process.
Sure, thanks, Mark. I'll be quick, but, you know, there's been questions in the past on how projects get approved and how billings work. I think this is for the community also, right? So they understand process and how approvals work. So as any project, right, no matter what the project is, and we're talking construction type projects now, there's always planning a project, right? Sometimes that takes months, sometimes that takes years. You know, determine your vision and your goals, and you present solutions and scenarios to a school board. From there, you move in, and then you start talking about what are our funding strategies. From there, you move into the project and budget approval. Okay, so the board will approve the initial budget, the project and budget. You finalize your funding mechanisms, develop your timelines, and then continuous communication obviously is very important. The project then moves into the design phase, and there's many levels or several levels of the design process. You have schematic design, design development, construction drawings. During that process, there's check estimates, constructability reviews, site logistics, and safety plans, okay? Next slide. So then we go into the bid and award, and we did that tonight with Brookview. You'll remember that. I do want to reference the Minnesota State Statute 123B.42, the procurement process, and 471.345, uniform contracting bidding laws. They're very strict requirements, all about being transparency, right, on how things are procured and how it's done, okay? When the bids come in, and you're familiar with that because you've done it many times at the board, there's a recommendation like you had tonight on not only the project budget or actually bids and the contracts. So the board does have the final budget approval of not only the budget, but the contracts. So then we go to construction billings, and I know there has been some questions about that in the past. There are AIA documents, 736 and 732, and there are other documents too, that follow the contract that you approved, these AIA contracts, and they're very specific on how these billings work. So when these bills come in from a trade contractor, they come to, in this case, our office at Krause Anderson, in which they are reviewed by the project manager and then ultimately signed by someone like me. At that time, they turn and would go to Wold's office for review and approval to make sure what's been put in place is actual, the work completed is satisfactory, and those bills are signed off. Then they go to the district office, to whether it's Mark Drummerhausen or Tony Wilger or whoever that may be. And then they have the final approval in which it goes to your accounting department for payment. Several years ago, and more than that, it's probably a decade ago already, the Minnesota came up with the statute 471.425 called the prompt payment law, because vendors contract, whether it's carpet, ceilings, paint, mechanical, electrical, you name it, found themselves not getting paid in time to pay their vendors and material suppliers. So they have 35, you as a district have 35 days to pay those bills. So when they come to you on your consent agenda, they've actually been floating through a review process of about 2 weeks by the time they get to your consent agenda. So then you approve them, and then the payments go out. And then in the post-construction, obviously there's a project closeouts. And then another one of our services, we organize all the bids, the bid tabs, the contract documents, all the payments. Those go in, they used to go into a nice 3-ring binder. Today we use technology. Those get approved or put in a spot for the auditors, right? So when projects get audited, they can make sure the bids match what was paid out. We collect consent to sureties and make sure the vendors or the subcontractors or trade contractors are paying their bills. And then we obviously make sure warranty enforcement is taken care of. So this is a summary page of what one of the billings look like. And I'm going to use, came from Stillwater Middle School on the LTFM projects there. So I'm just going to talk about the top one, which is carpentry, okay, cabinets, installing doors, things like that. And it's Kellington. So the very first column is, you can see it says carpentry. It's kind of small there. The second one is a contractor's name. In this case, I'm going to be talking about Kellington since they're the one on top. Column A, that's their contract sum of $227,000, okay? That would have been a contract as a board that you approved, okay? Then there's change orders, if any. In this case, there had been no change orders to date. So on column C, their contract sum is still $227,000. And then work in place to date is column D. If we go to the next page, please. Column E, stored materials, that's contractors have the ability, and we might use this for Brookview, just so we make sure we get materials on site in time. If materials get ordered early, we make them put them into an insured warehouse or somewhere, and they're allowed to bill for those as long as they can prove they're on site and they have proper insurance. F is just, again, a sum. G is retainage held, which through their contract, you hold retainage to make sure they complete the project to your satisfaction. So that's column G and H. I is previous payments and what you paid them. So J is very important for your accounting department, right? So this is a very easy glance for them to say, okay, well, we owe Kellington on Stillwater Middle School $47,000 and change, okay? So that's a very good summary. Balance to finish. And this is an important part. Them questions have been asked in the past is like percent complete, okay? The very last column And it's a good cheat sheet for Paul and I to say, is Kellington 26% done with their job when they send in a bill? And if our team, our project managers feel, yeah, they're 26% done, then we sign their billings. So that is I think, a pretty quick summary of how billings work.
One thing I'll add to that, because many of us probably have experience doing projects at our house and things like that, a lot of times those contractors ask you to pay upfront for things. For school districts, by law, they do the work and procure materials and then you pay them. So a lot of what's going on with this, and when John says 26% completes, we have to go through and figure out whether or not that's really true, whether you have security over those things or whether the work has been installed in your buildings. And then they can get paid after that, which is part of why I believe the law requires you to pay within a certain amount of time. The contractors are taking on a certain amount of risk to financially support getting the work in place so that they can get paid for it.
So with that, I think we'd be open for questions or comments that you would have.
Okay. Questions, comments?
Very
No.
helpful information.
Director Hockert.
I'm hesitant to ask this, but I'm really curious. For that 35-day window for when we need to pay it, what happens if you go past that 35 days? Because I've noticed, like, doing the math here, like, with board meetings be possibly once a month or what happens? Not saying that we're going to do that, but
Right.
just curious.
Yeah, they, basically you pay interest. So there's provisions within their contract or in actually the payment law that you would pay interest on their money of whatever that rate is. So you'd own the money plus interest if you go past that date. And there's a calculator that how you do that. So.
Okay, thanks. Just curious. Thanks.
Director Riley.
Thank you for this. I actually understood the process fairly well. My issue, and I'm sure you've watched it, and, we've already spoke about this, is the fact that we've had issues in the past of going over budget and contracts not coming to the board. And, the statute written is $175,000, but this district is $50,000 for approval. All I want to know when I get those disbursements is where we're at in the budget. Simple as that. And I have no problem if we fall. I don't know what action I'm to take if I don't know. And whose job is it to provide me with that, right? I believe it would be your job or finance or somebody to provide me with the information. I need to do my job because I can't approve an expenditure if I don't know where it's supposed to do. We've had a history. It's happened. Intentional or not, it's happened. And so I would love to see this. I don't know how often you get it, but when the disbursements come, if you want to, throw in the AIA document in there so I can see where it's at, then I'll leave you alone.
So this column L is kind of this because we get these every month, and
Yeah.
then they're broken down in the individual payments. So then they give us these documents, so we get one for each one of the projects. We'll get one here for Brookview coming through once a month when they send us the bills. All these documents are here, and then they're broken down into individual disbursements. So this is kind of a cover page of that. And if that's something you want that shows column L here, or whatever column it's going to be moving forward, that's something we can include.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I can't approve things I don't know what I'm approving and where we're at. That's all I'm looking for.
And this might make your board packet a little thinner too, because a lot of times you're getting all the individual pay applications from every vendor. And these 2 pages, and there's actually one more cover page, is a summary of everything a lot of times you approve. So we can work with Mark and the accounting team, and maybe, again, that'll make your board packet a little bit thinner, simpler, because this is what the summary is of what you're getting now.
Very helpful.
Okay, thank you both for helping with that. Really appreciate it. It was enlightening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is open forum.
Chair, there's no podium, is there?
I think the podium, Mr. Drummerhausen, can you pull the podium over? Thank you, Director Riley. wish to speak to the school board will be able to do so in the beginning of the board meeting during open forum. You must sign up to speak. You may sign up only for yourself, not other individuals or groups. Sign up will be available electronically the week of a board meeting, beginning at 8 a.m. on Monday and closing at 4 p.m. on Wednesday. You will receive a notification upon submitting your online form. Due to time limitations, we will limit the number of speakers to 15, who may speak for 3 minutes each. When your name is called, please approach the podium and state your name and address, including town, before you begin your remarks. Please pay attention to the timer, who will hold up cards indicating when you are approaching the end of your time. When your time is finished, you may finish your sentence. After you address the board, please leave the podium. Stillwater Area Public Schools, District 834, welcomes input from citizens as community involvement on the issues facing our district fosters better decision-making and improved learning experiences for all students. While comments and questions are welcome during open forum, law prohibits the board from discussing concerns about individual employees or students in a public meeting. We will stop the proceedings immediately if employee or student privacy issues are raised and direct the speaker to forward comments regarding individual employees or students to the superintendent. We welcome discussion of the issues, but will not tolerate the targeting of individual staff or students by name, position, or implication. Because we are modeling civil discourse for our community, speakers must present their testimony in a respectful manner. Vulgarity, character attacks, or malice will not be tolerated. The board will not deliberate, discuss, or engage in conversation with speakers during open forum. However, the board may ask administration to review the concerns presented. The first person tonight to speak is Lisa Blake.
Hi, my name is Lisa Blake. I live in North St. Paul, and I get to be the instructional coach at Lake Elmo Elementary School. And so today, I'm just coming to thank you as a board and also to share some celebrations. I really want to thank you for the ready, set, go, and we, in all the alphabet letters that we use in education, the RSG conferences. And let you know that the time that we were given this year gave us extra time to prepare for each family and student that was coming to us. We had more time to gather information and assess. I got to be a part of assessing our first graders, and we just kind of, as parents came to RSG, we also said, can you please have your student come to us? And so we have more information earlier than we've ever had. Also, it was a great way to build more community and to have a positive relationship earlier. So I just wanted to thank you for that. Right now, our intervention team is going to be able to start interventions earlier because we had this opportunity. So my hope is that we will get to have the RSG conferences next year, just like they are now. So I wanted to say thank you for that. I also wanted to celebrate Spanish immersion has 4th grade now. So we've got kindergarten through 4th grade, which is pretty amazing. And as that program grows, it really enriches our whole building at Lake Elmo. Just this past week, we've had 2 different types of teacher collaboration. But what's really neat is we get to have the English classrooms and the Spanish classrooms working together to solve problems about, like how can, instructional strategies or looking at data and trying to figure out like what would be effective, the next intervention or what we want to try, what strategies. So I'm really excited about Spanish immersion being able to be with us because they're bringing a whole bunch of cool instructional strategies as well. And then I did get a chance to talk with some of my peers, thank you, about BAR. And we did have our first BAR meeting yesterday. Yesterday. And that's a time when we bring students forward to discuss, and we begin with their strengths, and then we try to see what else is it that we can do to support them in their learning. And again, that's a team where there's a lot of different strategies happening. So BAR is on relationships and then looking at data. And then finally, I just wanted to give a shout out to the Lake Elmo community. Our PTA organized a food truck coming, and we had a couple hundred participants. We were able to gather as a community for the first time in a long time because we were outdoors. And so I just want to say, thank you to our community too. They're very supportive of the work that we do, and we appreciate it. So thank you for helping with the RSG conferences, and just wanted to celebrate. Thank you.
Rachel Schmelzer. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, okay. Whoa.
No, you didn't. Let her move. Yes, he was. No, he wasn't. No, you didn't.
You ran her into the wall. You did. Sit down. You shoved her whole body into the
Please sit down. Please sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
She just told you to sit down.
Sit down, please.
Sit down. Are you going to apologize, or are you just going to pretend that didn't happen?
That's enough. Someone is speaking here.
Good evening, Board of Education members and Superintendent Lansfeld. My name is Rachel Schmelzer, and I teach at Oakland Middle School. I am here with my colleagues to share some highlights of the first few weeks back at Oakland Middle School.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I have it on video. He started it.
Melinda, call the police.
Your friend that pushed the little children, and I have it on video.
I want to be clear.
You just assaulted somebody. Are you going to do anything?
We're calling the police, Sandy. Please sit down.
Oh my gosh. You don't care because he's a masker and a levy supporter.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Push a little child.
I want to be clear, our staff loves being back in the building with our students every day. Oakland is alive and buzzing.
All right. We're just done.
Rachel wanted
Yeah.
to wait a second.
Okay.
You have to move and you have to second it.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yeah. We'll take a recess now. I'm sorry. We'll come back to you in a minute.
Cut it.
No, the community's in charge.
There are people here that would like to speak. Why don't you just let the people speak? Are you threatened by their words?
Okay, I mean, we can just adjourn right now. We've completed our business, okay? So if you want to speak tonight, then you're gonna have to settle down and act like adults, okay? All right, now,
Adjourn. Be done.
okay.
Be done.
I move we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second. I'll second. Let's adjourn.
All in favor of adjourning, raise your hand.
Yes.
Those opposed? All right. Good night.